at throttle up.
Okay, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to part 50 of the Crew Cab Coronet. Oh boy, 50 parts. Didn't really want it to go this long, but yeah, it's probably going to end up being 100 when we're done, but what? Fine, whatever. Oh boy. Oh, yeah, we had ablative beard action. Ablative beard. It's too hot. Got too hot. And then I got rid of it, and then it got too cold because weather.
Discovery,
I blame
go
weather
at throttle
guy. It's
up.
most likely his fault. Okay. As long as it doesn't take as long as Binky. No. I mean, it might if I decide to make it all-wheel drive, but I don't want to make it all-wheel drive. We'll just stick with two-wheel drive for this build. I look 25. 25? I'll take 25. That's fine with me. Sweet. I'll take that. All right. So, did you hear the meteor? I was cleaning out my basement when that meteor came through, and I did not hear it. Which sucks, but yeah. Yeah, it was super close. I definitely would have heard it. It's funny because everybody's like, "Oh my God, why did it, did it blow up? Where did it land, etc., etc." Guys, it looked like it came in at a very, very steep re-entry angle and microburst. It popped. When meteors come in too fast, if the meteorite is metallic, the metal can only absorb so much heat before the atmosphere gets very angry with it. Bye-bye. Did you see the satellite image of LC-36? Yeah, it's not great. It's not great, dude. Yeah, I've seen them. Oh, Vargon, I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure that, dude, the amount of force that went into that flame trench to get it to do that. We know the rocket fell partially into it. The rocket fell into the trench, and then it blew up. It was only for a split second, but the amount of force that came out of that thing was enough to just blow up the entire pad. The whole pad went up in the air and then came back down. Like the pad, the deck, everything, which is, I mean, the whole New Glenn thing I think is a very, very good reminder of the amount of power that these vehicles have. And, we kind of just, you get a lot of launches like with Electron and with, Falcon, and just the amount of force that these things actually have. Even a small thing like Electron, the amount of power that if you release it all at once by accident, you'll know. That asteroid we had over the weekend was probably a piece of New Glenn coming back down. Yeah, I'd believe that. Yeah, the sat picture is crazy, dude. So if you're watching from the car side of things, just give me a second. We will get out into the shop in a moment. So see that square piece? That square piece is supposed to be right here. You see where this is a flame duct right here? You see where it tapers in and it gets straight right there? That's where that piece is supposed to be. It is nowhere near it. That right there is probably 2 to 3 million pounds of launch plate. If I had to guess, it's just a ballpark. Yeah, the amount of force that so the rocket, guys, for once again, the people that don't know, the rocket blew up. This was a gigantic rocket. It blew up on the pad and destroyed the pad. If you want a little bit of scale here, the rocket is about as tall as a Saturn V, and just a little bit skinnier, and it was fully fueled. They were testing it, and it just obliterated itself. It was not. That's not great. Yeah, there's the amount of force to liberate the launch deck from the pad is that's an unreal amount of energy. Yeah, it's like frankly just kind of frightening how much power that thing actually had when it popped. No, not even close to a nuke. If guys, if you dropped like Fat Man, like the Fat Man bomb, like not Hiroshima, Nagasaki here, there'd be no pad left. There would be a crater. None of this would exist. This was not nuclear. It was maybe about a third of a nuclear blast, but it was still pretty damn powerful. But yeah, the fact that the launch deck is sitting in the duct right there, and that's over there, just there's no discernible piece of the rocket here that I can see. Maybe that's the engine section. Maybe, but yeah. Yeah, that was, You ever wonder why we launched, why Rocket Labs, or what, not Rocket Labs, why rocket launch sites are like far away from things? That's why. Just in case that happens. Yeah. 3 to 4 kilotons from what people were telling me. Anyway, we're going out into the shop today. Let's see if the garage camera wants to play nice today. Hey, there it is. So I've been doing a lot of work. I've been doing work all morning on this, and I got to a good point where, you guys can come in and join me. What I want to do, big thing today, get that inner rocker repaired. This is going to take a second. I need to repair that inner rocker. Or not kiloton, 3 to 4 megatons, excuse me. Not kilotons. Beirut was bigger than this, way bigger. Is that piece of the floor pan? Yeah, I was using it to see how the back kind of goes together. You sure about leaving the doors on? Yeah, the doors are a good way for me to test that the chassis hasn't moved. Yeah, I'm gonna keep them there. We should be able to do it. The inner rocker, we don't need to take the doors off. The outer rocker, that's kind of the debate I was having, and that's why it took me a second to start the stream, because I was just sitting there with a cup of coffee going, But I decided, that's not a battle that I need to fight right now. Let's just get the inner rocker repaired, and then we can go putzing around with the outer one. Hey, Hypersonic, Tier 2, 92-month resub. Can it drive yet? Can it drive yet? No. Stuart, I'm doing good. How are you? How are you? Yeah, I'm doing all right. Doing okay. Let's get going. Let's get going.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, hi, Clue. Thank you, guys. It's good to see you. Hope everybody had a good weekend. Let's get out there and get to it, shall we? Stand by for loss of signal from the office as expected.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right, can you hear me? Stinky Gamer, what's going on, man? 3-month resub, how you doing? Wee. All right, let me get both of the chats popped out here.
put you on the bigger screen over here on the right so I can see what you're saying. Yeah, I got Twitch up. We got to get YouTube up here. So yeah, guys, I've been
Go at throttle up.
doing a lot of work on the car because we are way behind on this project, and that was due to financial constraints last year. But I want to get this shell ready to go. I want to get the shell ready to go so I can move this car. Right now, you try to move it, you're not going to get very far. There's not much structure left because I cut most of it out because it was rusty and it wasn't structure at all anyway. So I want to get this moving, at least the shell nice and solid. So all this repaired, I want to get it all repaired so I can put a lift in here. Chat during the Artemis missions tipped enough to, you guys were so good to me through the Artemis mission that I have enough for a lift. So with a lift, this will be easier to work on, way easier. It'll be easier on my back, that's for sure. So, we got to get this thing rolling. Quite actually, get it rolling. Winning, what's going on? How are you? How you doing? I'm out in the shop today trying to fix my car. I don't know if you've noticed, it's missing some pieces. Some pieces over here, some pieces over there, some pieces over there. You know, as one does, right? This is very average car repair, you know, replacing pretty much every piece to where it's pretty much not even the same car. You know, it's fine. Yeah, there's a piece here, there's some over there, and some over there. Some of it's on, some of it's put back, you know, that's good, right? Like some of it's there, some of it's on the floor over there where I need to vacuum it up, you know. I had the floor pan out because I was doing measurements. But you're gonna be a time machine? Nah, this car doesn't have a flux capacitor.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey Shazbert, what's going on? No, it's not good. This is just regular steel. If you're going to build a time machine into a car, you got to do it with some style. Now, this car does have style, but the problem is that this car is using regular 18, so it's got 16 all the way to 24 gauge steel. That's no good. That's no good. It's not the right type of steel. You need stainless steel, preferably 300 series stainless steel. Stainless steel construction is much better for flux dispersal during time travel. Yeah, you weren't expecting that, were you? But there it is. You need to have stylish sneakers. Yes, yes. Mm-hmm. Will you keep the original color? I want to, Hannah. Yeah, I do. I would like to, yes. So let me get everybody up to speed here as to what we are doing. So I got to repair the inner rocker. The inner rocker is, did you hear the big boom? I was in my basement when that happened, dude. I didn't hear it. I thought, if anything, I probably thought it was just a truck going by. I live on a busy street. There's a lot of cars and trucks go by because it's like a main road. Albeit in the woods, but it's like a connecting road between two towns, right? So it looks like a, you know, it's like not a boulevard, but we don't really have boulevards in Massachusetts either. So I thought it was just a truck going by. There's a bump like right in front of my house, just a seam in the road where they put a gas line in, and when the trucks go over it, they make a big boom. I thought it was that. Anyway, the inner rocker needs TLC too, just like the inner child. I suggest Boston's first album. Yeah. Hey, Sad, what's going on? But yeah, that big boom, Jeff, was a meteorite. Pretty cool. Yeah, very steep entry angle, and it landed in Cape Cod Bay, which is... Okay, so let me get you guys up to the front cam here. Hey, oh, hold on. Much better. So, what is a rocker panel, just in case anybody's wondering? So this car is a unibody, meaning the body of the car, anything that's not door, fender, all right, is all one structurally integral piece, essentially. There are other cars from this era that have a chassis and the body goes on the chassis. The chassis is your structure, right? And the body is just there to carry people. This is not that. This is a unibody. That's what it's called. Unibody is where you take the parts of the car that the people ride in and the chassis of the car and you combine them into one thing. The reason why every car is a unibody nowadays, the reason why they do that is just because it's easier to make. Unibodies are way easier to make and in many ways they're stronger. You know, instead of like going and buying a thicker metal, what automakers do if they need to build some structure in, they just stamp like 3 or 4 pieces and then just sandwich them together to make more structure. That's how they do it. Instead of buying a thicker metal, it's easier. The Coronet's looking good. How's the old truck? Truck's fine, Lost Rogue. I start it every weekend. I drive it around on the weekends now that it's nice. It wasn't nice this weekend because, yeah, it freaking snowed in New Hampshire because reasons. But yeah, the 59 runs just fine, actually. It's starting to leak coolant. I think it might need a water pump soon. And the transmission's a little bit weepy, but other than that, it drives fine. Starts right up every time. Yeah, runs great. It snowed up in the mountains in New Hampshire, drummer, so yeah, don't worry about that. We didn't get snow where I was at. This camera's still a little choppy. Hold on. Hello? It was snowing in New Hampshire, yeah. In parts of New Hampshire around the mountains, yeah. Once I have money, I'll be Shelby swapping my Focus. Okay. Yeah, good luck with that. All right, so what are we up to today? The rocker, like I said, is basically part of the structure of the car. It's underneath the doors. What do they look like? It looks like this. The rocker is made out of 2 pieces. All right, you have your outer rocker, which is this, and then you have the inner rocker, which is kind of like an L shape, and it meets up like that. They meet together, and when you put them together, it makes a huge, basically a gigantic structural member that connects the front and the back of the car together. I don't think I need to say why I don't want that area to be rusty. Yeah, the inner rocker basically it connects right here. Like I said, it's L-shaped, so it goes out here and then down. And when they come together, so like the outer rocker's like this, the inner rocker's like that, and when they come together, they form a rail. And that's also connected into the door jambs. It's connected to the wheel well. It's connected to the front frame rail. It's all connected together. What I'm working towards is getting this piece on there, but I can't because the other piece that this bolts to is rusty and we need a lot of patches for it. Now, I did make templates for it in a previous stream. I believe it was part 48. But I've been a little bit busy up at the front of the car. This is what I've been working on. Let me show you. Where we last left off in part 49, I was working up at the front of the vehicle here. And, well, let me bring you guys up to speed here. Give me a moment. Let me get the camera all ready to go. Let me move some stuff out of the way. Got to move some of my pneumatic stuff out of the way because I was using the grinding or the die grinder a lot. We were using the die grinder a lot. Let me show you. So, made some changes up at the front of the car. If you take a look, well, I cleaned up all this, cleaned up all that, cleaned up the fender mating surface right here. Yeah, I painted it. I mean, I painted it as best as I could. This is just roll bar paint, but, you know, I wanted a W. I wanted a W here because, This car's rusty. It's rusty, but not from here forward. I still can't figure that out. I went in here and painted the inner channel in the rail. There was dirt and stuff in there, but there's no holes in it. It's totally fine. I put compressed air through the frame rail and blew all the dust out the front. I've cleaned up since then, but the control arm still is schmutzy. We got to do the bushing, so I got to take that off. It'll be easier to paint it when we take it off. But yeah, there you go. It's I painted it, I cleaned up the edges, I made it look nice, and I cut out all the crap that was right over there on the left side of your screen. If you look down by the front of the door, there's a big hole. Hey, Chief. FYI, this is actually part 54. I don't know what that means, drummer, but okay. EJ, if people want to see a pickup being made, Ford does factory tours of the F-150 factory in Detroit. That's the River Rouge plant, dude. I've been there. Yeah. Part of the Henry Ford, man. Awesome, awesome tour. Really good stuff. Now your atmosphere is filled with mouse dust. It was actually dirt in there, Jim. For once, I went to fix something and there was not mouse nest in there. In fact, the inside of I think I got most of the mouse nests, if not all of them. There might be one or two more on the other side. We don't know. But it does not smell like mouse in there anymore, which is great. I mean, only had to cut out like most of the car. So how much rust did you find? About as much as what was expected, dude. The rocker panel at the front, Hellfish, has a cap piece that that I did cut out. I got at it, dude. The die grinder is my favorite tool. It's my new favorite tool. Frick drilling spot welds, the die grinder will absolutely obliterate a spot weld. But here, if you look, we had this thing nice and cleaned up, right? I mean, obviously it's pitting, but if you look at the back, that's junk. It looks like the rest of the car. It looks like the Titanic. So I actually didn't get around to buying these over the weekend. I'll buy them tonight. Yeah, I'll buy these tonight. No more Honda. No, not as far as I know. But yeah, I cut this out. I cut the remaining portions of the rocker out. Let me show you. And I basically got us to good metal as much as I possibly could. Let me zoom in on in front of the door here. So I spent a lot of time here. I've spent a lot of time here throughout the day, and throughout today and over the past couple of days, just cutting out as much caca as I could and brought us to good metal. There's good metal here. It's just a smidge thin, but it's good metal. This is the inner rocker, a good part of the inner rocker. All down here, I cut out all the schmutz. This is the front. This is one of the pieces that connects the rockers to the frame rail. That's this piece right here. That's a major structural piece that holds the front of the car together. Fortunately, that's not broken, which is great. There's no rust on it as far as I can tell. This goes right into the passenger footwell right there, so that's good. This plate right here, you can see just a little bit. I got to cut a little bit more of that out, but the door jamb, I cut all the rust out of the door jamb. There's a little pinhole right there, but I hit it with a die grinder, and we'll zap that with the welder. Now we need a new cap. The cap goes up at the front right here, but we have to go down under here, and we have to repair the rocker panel. Let me see if I can just get you guys a good angle of this. So we got to repair the rocker panel over here. This is what I want to do today. Down here. So this right here represents where the bottom of it needs to be. It needs to go all the way back to our repair back there. I have to replate all of this. There is some weird geometric stuff going on up here. These things are normal. There's supposed to be 3 reliefs there. That's a leftover piece from the stamping process. I saw those and I freaked out a little bit. I had to go and look to make sure that these freaking things weren't the chassis buckling. Because if it was buckling, I mean, it looks like part of it, maybe a little bit, but either that or they hammered the heck out of this thing when they spot welded it, which does happen. But you see, I don't know, you can see the reliefs right there. That's normal. The rocker panel's supposed to have those. But yeah, I thought I buckled the chassis and I freaked out. That's why it took me a second to start the stream today. Yeah, it was not here. Let me show you a little bit closer. See that? You look at that and you say, that's not supposed to be like that. But that's actually how it's supposed, that's actually it. That's right. And you can see this is, I got us all the good metal. I hit all the bottom of this with the wire wheel. We're to good metal here on the door jamb. We're to good metal on the rocker up there. That's what's left of a spot weld. When we go to put the new front cap on here, I'll just plug weld that. But yeah, there's yeah, I got us to good metal. It took a lot. There's a lot of car on the ground, but I used the die grinder and ground us all the way to good metal everywhere down here. There's no rust left in this area except for like a little plug right there. I also blew out in here. You're not supposed to be able to get in there. There's supposed to be a plate right here that laps up on the rocker. I ground that all to good metal, and then I didn't blast anything, but I used the grinder to get rid of any caca. So we need to make a plate that kind of goes down here like this, and then it needs to L like that. But we will do that when the rocker is in place. For now, my big thing is getting all this. There needs to be a plate here, and then that plate needs to go all the way to the back of the car. Yeah. So that's what we're up to today. You can see the plate starts there, and it needs to go the length of the vehicle. I cut out all of the rust on the rocker. The top part of the rocker is okay. It's the bottom part that's kind of the part that's close to the ground that's not. If it was truly buckled, then your doors wouldn't open. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Rares. Yeah. Hey, Myers, what's going on?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, that's what we got to do. There is some weird geometry to this thing. The rocker is a little funky. Let me show you. So here's a 360 of what the rocker should look like. Obviously, we're missing pretty much half of it on this axis down. But you could see I was using this to look to make sure those 3 scoops are supposed to be there. Hey, Ramalot. And they absolutely are, which makes me a lot happier. Now, some things to notice. The rocker has a bend in it. See the bend right there? And this part up front, around where the ripples are, right? That part's pretty flat, and then there's kind of like a triangle right here, and then like if you look at it here, right, it's straight right there, and then it bends up. I don't know if you guys can see that on the screen. See this piece kind of right where I'm pointing? There is some weird geometry to the rocker. It's not just like a straight piece of metal, but that's okay. I should be able to fix it. But yeah, that's like if you see, this piece is right on the screen right there. See where the hole is, front right? That's the top part of the rocker. That hole would be right here, right where my mouse cursor is. Yeah, but I got all the rust out of this thing. Part of part of the problem is, not the problem, but a learning experience when I did the trunk was to really sit there and grind out as much rust as you possibly can. Just get it to good metal. Just cut it out. Cut it out, make a bigger template. If you have to use a little bit more metal, so be it, right? How is that big boom? What? All right, great. Just got home from work, looks like you made progress. Yeah, dude, I made a little bit of progress over the weekend and a lot this morning. So we gotta make the templates, right? And then get her done. But yeah, there's that one small piece of geometry here that I'm kind of like, ooh, about. And that's why I had the floor panel out, or the floorboards out, because I wanted to see how the floor kind of messes with it. And it really, the floor really don't matter. But yeah, I did get all of the caca out of there. It's all good metal there. It's a little, if you look at this from this angle, it's a little bit thin on the door jamb, kind of top left, but the metal's pitted, but it's still intact. It's fine. That, where the door attaches to is extremely strong. Like you can tell because I cut out most of the damn car here and it's still in place. The door still opens and closes. But you can clearly see, actually super, super useful. You can clearly see right, where is it? Let me see. You can see it on camera. Right here is where the geometry changes shape. So from here forward, we're nice and flat. We're flat to about here, right? Which is good. That's what we want. But yeah, I spent a lot of time with the grinder getting this all nice and cleaned up, getting all the old metal off of this, making sure that this structural piece right here that holds the front and the sides of the car together. This is a torque box piece. There's two of them. One is the transmission cross member, which should be where my hand is, but I'm sticking my hand in what's left of it. And the other one is right here. These two pieces hold the front of the car and the middle of the car together. Simultaneously, at the back of the car, there's two more pieces that connect the rockers to, it's the leaf spring and the rear frame rails, right? We already repaired one of those on stream a little bit earlier, probably about 2 months ago. We fixed it. I just patched a piece in there and welded the snot out of it. Have you applied rust inhibitor yet? Yeah, there is rust inhibitor on that part of the car. I put rust inhibitor all up in here, and that's roll bar paint up there. But I did paint all, excuse me, sorry, that's my garage door. I did paint all of this. It's rust inhibitor where there was a little bits of rust here and there. And then it's roll bar paint for the rest of it. Roll bar paint is really cheap way to paint the wheel wells and stuff. When this is all back together, I'll probably give it a hit of undercoating, you know, just in case. But yeah, I wanted a W. I wanted to do something a little bit different. But yeah, the roll bar paint over the original undercoating, I think looks really nice. I think it looks good. Yeah, I think it looks pretty sweet. But yeah, we're making good progress. So let's get to it. If it was, yeah, okay, I already got to that. Have you phosphated the steel or parkerized it like they did on World War II vehicles? Parkerized it. Phosphated. Bro, I'm not a World War II factory. This is my garage. My shop's cool and it's good, but it ain't that good. So actually, you guys got to go down here. The reason why I have that piece of cardboard there is because I didn't want grinding sparks to hit the puddle of transmission fluid on the floor. But you can see there's still some good parts of the rocker there and there. Just got to patch it. So that's what we're going to do. That basically from the left side of your screen all the way to the right, if you look, there's gray. There's a gray piece of metal, far left side of your screen. That's where I've gotten the patch up to. we have to do the rest, and we're gonna have to figure out that weird bit of geometry right here. I don't know how the heck I'm gonna make that, but glad you made significant progress. Yeah. The other thing is I want to check the top of the inner rocker. Just before we go to plate everything, I want to check the top of it on the inside of the car. The reason why I want to do that is just to make sure there's no surprises. The bottom of that rocker looks okay, and I have no reason to believe that the top of the rocker would be bad, but you know, always check. Like, see these channels right here? If you look, there's some reliefs for where the torsion bar cross member mounts, and then there's some reliefs back here for where the seat belt mounts need to be. And then there's just reliefs in it for drainage purposes. See that? I want to make sure this channel up here is okay. So the first thing that we're going to do today is get in there and clean it. I'm going to get in there with the wire wheel and just clean this out as best as I can. That's going to get messy. Yep. It's going to get messy, but that's this business, so let's roll. I'm going to put the camera inside of the car where I had it so you guys can see. And I will bring you inside to my laboratory. Just make sure that's not pinching these cables. Nope, cable's got plenty of slack. Cool. All right, excellent. You just apply OSFO from ACE. It's one of the best ever rust inhibitors. It changes the structure of the surface of the metal to stop rust permanently. It's not hard or tricky to apply. It is, well, when you have a chance to look it up. All right. So that's the inside channel on the rocker right there. You can see it's seen better days. Yeah, it's seen better days. Let's just leave it at that. Let me open up the door. You'll see just how much structure we have cut out of this thing. It's pretty significant. It will be significant. There will be a chosen one. It will be significant. And then he killed the dog. Should have enough light. There. Yeah. See that? That's pretty bad. That's pretty broken. But most of that is the floor pan, or what's left of it. This is why I have floor pans in. That's why I bought them. Yeah, this is seen better days. Yeah, we're gonna have to. Yeah, that's the floorboard that I'm just pinching off right here. Yeah, that's good. I'm going to get in here with the wire wheel and the die grinder, and we're going to send it. I want to clean this channel basically from all the way over here where there's my nice hole in the car. You can see my hand going through it up there. All the way back to, well, clean metal, which is all the way over here. So we're going to clean out this channel. And we're gonna just make sure that the top of this rocker is okay. It looks to be okay, but you never know. Here's the thing. I don't know, man. Like, this is where I was deep in thought. Right now, we'll patch them as best as we can. Or I want to patch the rockers, that's the plan. But if these things are shot, they don't look to be shot. I think it's the floor pan rusting on top of the rocker. If the rocker is still in relatively good condition, on the top channel, we're going to keep it. If it's not, I'm not really sure what to do. Yeah, that's going to require another plan. Because if I have to replace it, and we need this, yeah, that's a significant amount of work. As opposed to just patching it. Like, there really can't be a lot of rust up here in this channel. That looks really bad, but you're not a car person. Julia, holes in the floor are generally bad, yes. So believe it or not, on these cars, this is normal. That's normal. The front tire is up here, right? And it shoots all the gunk at this piece. There should be a structural piece right here where my hand is, right? And it should go like this, right? But what happens is it shoots gunk at it, and all the dirt and grime gets caught in it. And then if you drive it in the snow or you drive it in rain, it shoots water in there, and the dirt holds moisture inside, and it rusts from the inside out, which is basically what happened here. Yeah, that's pretty normal. That's a normal spot where these things rust. This over here, I don't know. I have no idea why this rusted the way it did. I actually, I don't have any idea. That's just a very strange spot for that to happen. The cars don't generally rust right here. These cars, they do rust over here. That's normal. This is very strange. The reason why this one's strange, Julie, is because this is the seat belt mount, or the seat mount. So there's two brackets that are L-shaped that go like this, right here and right here. You can see the holes for them, right? And that's what holds the seat in place. The seat is anchored directly into the main structure of the vehicle with these bracket pieces. I don't know why it would rust there. And this right here is very weird because this rusted from the top, right? It didn't rust from underneath. Like the moisture didn't come through the floor. This rusted out because something was on top of it that made it rust, which is weird. The only thing I can think of is that there was maybe a leak in one of the windows, or somebody, left the car outside with the windows down for a long time. I certainly didn't in the life that I've had this thing. Yeah, I don't know why it's rusting right there. But then again, there's a lot of weird spots on this car where it's rusting where it shouldn't. But yeah, I'm not sure what the heck's going on here. But the cool part is that the seatbelt bracket's actually in good condition. So that's kind of neat. All right, so I'm going to get the wire wheel out. I'm going to get my headphones. Headphone users, that wire wheel is very, very loud. And I got to turn the compressor on so I can get at stuff with the die grinder. At least you have a floor, unlike Blue Origin. Dude, this floorboard is more mangled than slick dirt. No, it's not. You know what? I was about to say it. No, it's really not. This is in pretty good condition comparatively. Was there a mouse nest on the back corner? Maybe, Ernok. Maybe. Yeah, that's a very weird spot for it to do that. But then again, the crazy thing is that if you look at the other side of the car, you want to talk about weird spots. There's no floorboard over there. That's just straight out to the side of the car, which is weird. But see, it's over there on the driver's side, it's rusting in the exact same spot. The holes in the floorboard right there, that happens from leaks in the windshield. The windshield will drip water down in there, and water gets trapped on the rug of the car, and it holds it there, and it rusts it from the inside out. Yeah, the seals go on these old cars, and when they go, or if they've been sitting in the sun too long, or if they've been out and about, it drips and rusts it from the inside out, dude, which sucks, but whatever. I'm going to make sure when we put all this stuff in, so the windshield has to be pulled. I don't know. Maybe, probably, I'll probably do it at some point. That's the other thing. The windshield being in is the other indicator that I know that we haven't compromised the structure of this car somehow. Even though I cut out all of it, the windshield hasn't cracked. The glass will crack, front and rear, if the chassis starts to twist too much, in a way it shouldn't. It'll crack it. It has not cracked the glass. Yeah, exactly, Ian. These things were not... Glad to see EJ back in the garage. Yep. These things were not meant to last 50 years. Yes, that's the other thing, guys. The car is 57 years old. It's from 1969. It's 57 freaking years. So Let me get my gloves on. Let me get my face mask on. Does the A-pillar on this car tear like Fox bodies do? No. The only thing, Hellfish, with these cars is that there's a lead seam right here where the A-pillar connects into the roof structure. I can't even see mine. Mine's fine. This windshield probably is leaking. It doesn't look like it's leaking, to be honest with you, but it definitely is because there's holes in the floor. Either that or it leaked and they got it replaced. I don't know if this is the original Chrysler glass. I'm gonna have to look. Just out of curiosity. I mean, we can learn something here. But yeah, I gotta turn the compressor on, so headphone users, this doesn't have any pentagrams on it. Or pentastars, not pentagrams. That's Satan. We don't like them. We don't like Satan. Satan's uncool. Oh yes, it does. It's the original glass. It's right in the center. That is the original laminated Chrysler safety glass. Cool. So pentastar, pentagram. People are like, wait, what? Chrysler's symbol for the longest time was a pentastar. So it's a 5-pointed star. It looks like a pentagon with a star in the center. That and the Fratzog, which is that thing, which is a weird triangular logo. But the seal lips probably rusted. Ian, that's what I'm really hoping isn't a thing. That would suck to fix. But yeah, Pentastar. All right. Let's get to work, shall we? Guys, for this part, honestly, I'm just going to take the mic and leave it on the... Branch fell off a tree and hit the roof. I'm going to leave the mic on the desk here. This stuff is just super freaking loud. And the compressor is super loud too. So yeah, I'm going to go turn on the compressor and we'll go from there. Just remind me when I start talking to you again that the mic's over here. Okay? I'll be right back. Contact. See? It's loud. Well, I'm going to open up the garage door too. Actually, you know what, dudes? It's probably better if my voice is closer than the damn compressor is, so I'll just leave it on. Screw it. Tolerable for you, noise suppression is working. Cool. Excellent. Do we get any rockers in? I'm working on it. I just got to check the top of the rocker before we start making parts. All right. Here we go. Let's get to it. So I have my grinder wheel here, but I have a stainless steel wire wheel on it. And what I'm going to do is just kind of, we're going to go down here and just make sure that everything is good. So I suppose I'll start here and move. Here we go. This stainless steel thing is going to eat through whatever. This doesn't work exactly like a flap disc, but if there's pitting, it will find it and it'll get rid of it. The idea here is that I just want to check the top of the rocker and make sure it's okay. I want to make sure it's okay. I want to make sure it's safe. Yeah, see? That's the pan though, so...
Yeah, the stainless will eat through any pitting and stuff, which is nice. And it'll really expose rust a lot. Hang on, I kind of have to go at it in a different direction. Almost got all of it. Yeah, see, it's just uncovering more rust, but it's uncovering rust on a part that we already have, because I knew that it was rusty. This is the part of the rocker I'm very concerned about, where what's left of the transmission crossmember is. It looks to be okay, but I just want to get under here and make sure. The reason why I wanted to check this before we go start patching the bottom is because I don't want to patch the bottom and then figure out that this is junk up here. This has some critical points where we need to mount stuff. And if those points are hosed, yeah, I'm going to have to figure out a slightly different change in, we'll call it a change in workflow. I don't want to go repairing the bottom and then figure out I have to move this thing around. So the compressor stopped, the compressor's up to speed, which is good. Okay. What do you guys think? It's pretty good. It's not bad. Yeah. Well, the pan is awful. The rocker looks not the worst. There is so much rust in that damn pan. How did it rust there? I just don't get it. Yeah, the top of the rocker, though, looks okay. It's not the worst I've seen. I need a flashlight for you guys. Those flashlights that are in there are, excuse me, they're out of batteries. All right, well, let me get in here. Well, no, I don't want to do that just yet. I was going to say I'll get in here with the vacuum cleaner, but yeah, there's some over there, just down in the corner over here that I need to get at. Yeah, see? I don't know how this even happens. Very strange. I'm not entirely sure there's any structure here anyway. I might just grind it off, especially like around here. I might just get the die grinder and just, you know, so I can see. I don't want to go screwing around with the seat mounts, you know. That's the other reason why I really hope that this top part of the rocker is okay. I don't want to screw around with the seat mounts, and I don't want to screw around with the position where the tabs pick up for the cross member. Because if I get rid of this position in 3D space, right now, consider the spot where the cross member needs to go, right? Consider that programmed in memory right now, so to speak, right? If we're going to speak logic, right? It's programmed in memory. If I get rid of it, I take it out of memory, and then I'm going to have to find a new place for it. And, you know, there's a lot of fiddling around with that. I don't want to do that because this car is not on a frame jig. It's just on jack stands. So I would really like to make sure that this is all
Okay, so we're probably going to grind out a little bit of this. Probably going to grind out here. Just basically all the critical spots where this needs to, where we need to, like, other parts attached to it. And honestly, it doesn't look too bad. It looks pretty good. Let me get my air line here in the die grinder, and we will start checking out what's good with the die grinder. I have new pans, guys. Don't worry about that. Yeah, I have a new pan for either side. What I don't have is rockers. The reason why I decided I wanted to patch the rockers instead is because if you take apart the rocker, you're basically taking apart the entire center of the car. And there's that whole programmed logic thing that I just told you about. I'm trying to save as much as I can. That's what I did with the trunk, with the frame rails in the trunk. I saved as much of it as I could so I could remember where the heck all of it goes. You don't want to go cutting out too much and then figure out you broke something and then have to, you know, go and figure out where that lives and stuff. I did that to an extent, but that's because the frame rails were gacked when I welded them together. When I first braced them. Yeah, see? See? Look at that. Junk. The die grinder is my friend. This is a tungsten bit. See, if there's rust, it just eats through the rust instantly, which is good. That's what we want. The metal always takes a little bit more to get at, which is good. That's how you know you're at good metal. Because it takes more time to eat it. Alright. What I'm after is just this part right here where the seatbelt mount attaches, and it looks to be okay. I'll hit that with a flap disc too. Now the other side over here, we're just gonna... That part of the floor is actually good metal, which is pretty cool, but... Yeah, that's all pretty strong. I'm gonna try to just zip a little bit off with the grinder here. There we go. Yep, got it. All right, what's behind door number 1? Seam sealer, black seam sealer there. That's good. Seam sealer seems good, man. Cool. Let's clean it up with the stainless and see what happens. Yeah, that's fine. Everything here looks okay. Thank you, thankfully. So that's one spot that's good.
Sweet. Respirator time? I have the door open, dude, and a face mask. We're good. You can just fatigue the metal and just pull it off. Yeah, that looks fine. I'll clean the rest of this when we go to do the floor. I just want to make sure that that's good. Now the next one is over here, so let's get back with the die grinder. A lot of rust. Yeah. I love the die grinder. This is my favorite tool. Everything looks good there. This side at least. We got to get at the other side. Oh, when it finds rust, it just eats it. Did you hear it go? That's how you know it's at rust. It makes a very different noise. Now I gotta be careful with this thing. I don't want to grind through the seat mount. You don't need the seats coming off when we're driving down the road. This is just to get the rusty bits of floor pan, which I'm already replacing, out of the way. Now I could go at this with like a cutoff wheel and stuff, but then you risk cutting into the rocker, and I don't want to do that. So that's why I'm just taking my time with the die grinder. Actually, a fabricator in chat called named Not So Fun in the Twitch chat. It's the one that said get a die grinder because I was using a Dremel, and he's like, dude, get a die grinder. I'm like, oh, okay. Then I got it. He was absolutely right. Not So Fun, if you're out there, thank you. This is way better. Way better tool for the job, dude. Like, way better. No, it looks good. That looks okay. I just want to see what's behind door number 2 here, and then door number 3 over there. See? Just picks right through it. Very nice. There's a little bit of rust there, but not bad.
Going throttle up.
Just want to get it so I can get the flap disc, or not the flap disc, the wire wheel in here. Got a little bit more to do. Seam sealer again. Die grinder just ate through the seam sealer, which is fine. That's what we want. Okay, let's check the top here. Let me get the wheel out. It's fine. Somebody missed with the spot welder right there on the floor, on the factory floor, but I mean, it's a little pitted. It looks like the reason why this is rusting is because crap's getting stuck up in here. There's a little bit of a seam between the floor and the top of the rocker, and it was spot welded. And it looks like they just ran a bead of seam sealer on the inside, but not on the outside channel, but not on the inside. I won't make that mistake. And crap gets stuck up in there. And yeah, I can see the schmutz. See the schmutz in there. Here, look, see? That was stuck in between it. That's why that's rusting. I was wrong. I said it rusted from the top. It definitely didn't. This is just road crap stuck in there, and water gets trapped in here, and the metal expands because it rusts. When stuff rusts, it expands, and it, well, breaks it. But seatbelt mounts are secured. That's good. They are not moving. They're definitely in place. And even the rocker with no structure left is still extremely strong. Okay, door number 3. Door number 1 and 2 are perfect, dudes. Missed a spot welder. Yep. Compressed air tools are awesome, and the corded grinder is better than battery if you have power. Yeah, you have to invest in more Milwaukees. Milwaukee is Algonquin for the good land. I don't know if you knew that. Yep, see? Good, nice and clean. Nice and clean. These other spots where the floor pan already is, I'm not worried about that, because there's definitely no rust there because the metal isn't buckling. See how it's lapped up against it? It's nice and flat. It looks really nice. That's okay. I mean, we're gonna have to grind it up eventually when we replace the pan, but I don't want to do that just yet. I'm not gonna do that just yet. If we took the pan at this point, there would be no car left. This is where we're going to check out now. Let's get the die grinder back. Yeah, I'm quite fond of the air tools at this point, guys. Air tools are fantastic. Makes a big difference. Whew. Okay. Yeah, there's no pan there. There's just rust. Yeah. The original transmission or torsion bar cross member is good, or well, that tab is good. The rest of it, not so much. Yeah, not so much. Yeah, that's a good way to say that. So I'm going to grind this spot weld out here. We went through the rocker. That's okay. Yeah, there's pinholes there. That's what I was wondering. All right, hang on. Got to do a little more rocket surgery here. Yeah, it went. Yeah, see, there's a hole there, right around the spot weld. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Can you guys see it? Yeah, barely. Dude, how's that torsion bar hanging on? I have no idea. I have no idea how this car moved. I don't know how this car was able. Dude, we drove it around. I drove it around. I drove it into the shop. Dude, there should be structure right there. Yeah, I might be able to just get at it with the brass hammer and just plug it. Yeah, see. Yeah, see, this is the iron oxide that gets stuck in there. You don't want any Mars on this damn car. No iron oxide. I'm just gonna grind off the rest of this and we'll see. Let me get the grinding wheel. Yeah, all right. With the exception of that one spot, dude, I think we're all right. Yeah, when we go to cut this pan out, oh boy. She's hanging on by a thread though. Dude, you know how thick that damn steel is? I can't believe that. To rust that, the torsion bar cross member is very, very thick steel comparatively for like the rest of the car. Holy crap, dude. Wow, that's Mother Nature, man. All right, I'm gonna shut the compressor off now. It's gonna be loud for a second when I get near it. Damn, dude, that thing is, yeah, that spot weld took some rust with it, but I ground it all out. Ground it out to more or less good metal. We're gonna need to get rid of this caca sooner rather than later, but the top of the rocker channel is fine. It's okay. It's rough, but it's all right. It's only
That one spot, and that's the spot where it's the most rusty. I'm not really worried about the rest of it up here. Hope I don't eat those words. Jeez. Yeah. Crazy. Yeah, I'm failing to understand how this car is in one piece, or was in one piece. Man, that thing is, yeah, it's, like I said, I wanted to figure out what a car that's too far gone means. I think we got our answer. WeatherTech floor mat, call it good, my guy. What I missed? Why is the floor gone? I was checking the top channel on the inner rocker just to make sure it's okay. I found one trouble spot, but that's nothing that's not easily welded, right? Well, you guys I need to flip the camera so you guys can see it. One trouble spot right there in the rustiest spot of the entire thing, but these parts of the rocker are fine. Now, here, you guys want to see something interesting? Watch this. So you guys can see there's a nice big old hole right there, and we are backlit to hell. Hold on, let me shut the garage door. I only had it open so we could, so I didn't inhale rust. I don't like doing that. So let me get the transmission cross member, the new one, and let me show you what this thing is supposed to look like, what that area is supposed to look like. This is supposed to look like that. That's what's supposed to be there. I mean, albeit underneath the floorboard. So you see the two tabs? These two tabs right here? That's those. Yeah. Crazy, right? Actually, let me make sure this is oriented correctly. Yes, it is. These two tabs are right there and right there. That's what's supposed to be there, like right where my hand is. If you really want to know how much this car has suffered, this is supposed to be underneath there. Ow! That wasn't me. I just hit the center console mount. But you saw that I have a replacement, so it's okay. Yeah, the rocker is supposed to go down here, and it's supposed to plate. We need to plate it underneath. There's nothing left there. I can't believe that. That's absolutely insane. That's ridiculous. Wow. You did burnouts in that thing. Maybe you're stunned. Yeah, EJ's truck space and rocker panel golf ball whacker guy review. That wasted it away pretty good. Yeah, Rares, that's what happens, dude. That's what happens in that area. Because the front tire is shooting schmutz up in there. I'm gonna have to see if maybe we can make a splash guard or something. You put some mud flaps on the damn thing. I don't know, because that's ridiculous. I've never seen that. That's well, I'm not gonna say I've never seen that. I've watched plenty of YouTube videos with cars that are way rustier than this get fixed, but that's on YouTube. That's not reality. I'm gonna take a leak. I'll be right back. That's why modern inner fenders aren't metal. I'm back from outer space. Yeah, Hillness, that's really what I'm trying to figure out. I don't know how this car is still in one piece. Yeah, I can't figure that one out. I thought I would have cut too much structure out of it, but it's actually still straight, which doesn't really make sense. But hey, Pelly Joe, what's up? Yeah, crazy, right? But that bodes well. The top of the rocker panel's okay, which is great. The floor pan, not so much.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Goat at throttle up. Hey, Noobzor. This must have been crusty when you started. So, fun fact, guys. I took a ton of B-roll off stream of the state of the car when, like, it was right after I drove it into the shop and we did the burnout, right? So that was like part 8 or something. I have B-roll of the entire, like just how the car looked as is. I have the camera looking around in the trunk, the rocker panels, floorboards, everywhere. Yeah. 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 We'll compare it before and after when we're done. Okay, so the top channel on the rocker's fine. All right, so the next part is to start patching. So let's get some CAD up and running. Yeah, we're gonna have to grind those out eventually. Clearly this car is not stolen. Yeah, it's not. I have the title, but guys, like the thing about it is that what's getting me is that the transmission crossmember is thick. It's 16 gauge steel. That's really thick. That's double the thickness of this right here, of the rocker. It's double the thickness, and it's still rusted through, which is, I mean, then again, 57 years. It held up for a good amount of time. Yeah, lovely. More cars coming out when we, yep, okay. Yeah, that's great. Somehow the frame rail's still okay. I don't know how, but somehow it is. That's nice. That's good. Somehow. Man. Dude, sometimes you just kind of, I'm like sitting here and I'm just like, I can't believe the amount of dookie going on here. But yeah. But see, the channels for the torsion bar cross member are intact, which is good. Except for that little bit that was rusty that I ground through. It's just, yeah. Remind me when we put this floor on, guys, to absolutely seam seal the snot out of all of this. I'm just gonna goop it on. I don't care if it's if it seeps out the bottom. I want that whole channel just gooped in seam sealer. You know? Yeah, I'm just gonna goop it up.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Sea Kraken. What's up, dude? Ruthenium, your favorite element, definitely. 44. 44-month resub. Thank you. Why isn't EJ using an air hammer? Because I don't have one yet. I'll go buy one. I have a hammer and a punch, though. It's a Tang hammer and punch, and it's amazing, actually. All right. I'm happy. I suspected that was all clean, but I just wanted to be sure. All right, so now what we need to do is start getting into some CAD work. So I'm going to start moving the lights around. Let me change the camera to the high cam. Or that camera. I got to move cameras around so we can start to move and fix things. And the lights too. I'm thinking, again, shouldn't probably think too hard. I might hurt something. Yeah. Yeah. I'm really trying as best as I can to not take the doors off. Taking doors off sucks. But really hope we don't get to that point, but we might. All right, let me just check that camera shot. AI says you're going to be working on this car until 2028. I inputted all the streams and had it analyzed. What do you think of that? That's what I think of that. We could just keep doing car streams until the shell is finished if you want. I don't have any problem doing that. In fact, I make a ton of progress if I come out here a couple hours early. Yeah, make a ton of progress. Yeah. Well, Brun, that, yeah. I mean, I want to tell you to piss off, but you can piss off, I guess. No, like, remember, dude, I had, there was that whole fiasco with the accountant. I don't think the AI took that into account now, did he? Or did it? So I have to, we should be making more progress. Like, the thing is like, I have all of the metal. I have all the metal. There's no more metal to unless I wanted to replace the inner rocker, and we just proved that we don't absolutely have to. I can just patch it. I have enough to build a car here. We have everything. That's what was hindering me before. More car streams, don't tempt me with a good time. Binky just posted a video. They've been working on that car for 12 years. I do not want to be working on this car until I'm 50. I don't, no, we're not doing that. I want the shell, guys, I want the shell of this car good pretty much in a month. I'm prepared to put time in. Yeah, I want the shell of the car good. I have all the metal to do it. And I know what people are going to say, oh, that's not going to happen, it's not going to happen. You know what, you're probably right. You just don't have to be a jerk about it. But also, what took this side so freaking long is, one, I didn't have the metal. So I didn't know what I needed to do, right? Didn't have the metal. Didn't know what I needed to do to get to like make some certain parts. I didn't know what I couldn't cut out of the car. I have a workflow figured out now and a plan of attack here with this side of the car. It's not going to take that long to do the other side because all the think work is what takes a long time. If you guys watch Project Binky, you watch Bad Obsession, they'll tell you the same thing. It takes a long time to figure out what the heck you're going to do. There's no instruction manual for what I'm doing here. Like, nobody bothers restoring 4 doors. You got to do it in a certain way. It's different from a 2-door. It's not just cut part out and replace. We're going to have to think about some stuff. But, yeah. So, I'm cool with just doing this for a good while until we have it figured out. This and space news for a little bit. Definitely saw inner rocket repair and I got excited. Sorry, Bim. I didn't mean to be the grumpy guy. I was just telling you. I apologize for saying it. What did you think I was going to say to that? Hey, Yum Food. Like, what did you, like, what am I supposed to say to that? Yeah, you're probably right. No. Like, I don't know what you want. Run, like, what do you want me to say to this? You know? Not sure. Instructions unclear. All right, let's get the construction paper out and the scissors, and let's roll. Where are my scissors? Bron, where'd you put the scissors, you dill hole? I know it was you with your frickin' AI. Ask the AI where the hell the scissors are. Cardboard aided design, yes. Maybe they're on top of the car. Maybe I put them up there. That's been kind of my spot for tools for a little bit. There's needle nose, channel locks, ball peen hammer, clamp, brass hammer, vice grip, flathead screwdriver. I got my punches over here. Found some more needle nose pliers. Nice. Another pair. Found a Phillips head screwdriver. That's good. There's my punch. Got half the battle. We got the paper. Is the plan to go full factory restore? No. With the shell, yes. But I'm modifying it to work with two-door wheel wells. Breakneck. This is a coupe wheel well. And I have coupe quarter panels because those were what you can buy. Right? What I'm going to do is hot rod this, and I'm going to do some custom fabrication with the door. I'm going to make the 4-door work with the 2-door quarter panel. No, I'm not making a 2-door. I'm going to make it work. It's going to look good. Is it on the work table? I don't think so, dude. I do have clippers there, but maybe they're in the office? Question? I don't know. I seem to recall bringing them in there. I just don't know why. They're absolutely in here. What the? Why are they in here? Chad, who did that? So this is going to be a little bit of a hot rod breakneck. What I want to do is just get all the fabrication out. And then once the shell is repaired, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to drive it. I'm going to drive it around. I'm going to drive the damn thing for a little while. And what we're going to, that's basically going to complete phase 1. That's why I want the shell completed. Big thing is I want the lift in here so I can work on other cars. I need this car to roll so I can roll it in and out of the shop. Right now this car is inoperable. If you've noticed, there's some pieces missing. I mean, it'll run, believe it or not. The engine will run. I didn't take out the wire harness. If we hooked up the battery and cranked it, it'd start. I actually started it 2 weekends ago off stream just to see if it would, and it definitely does. It runs. It's just absurdly loud because there's no exhaust. But hey, whatever. All good. All right, CAD time. Cardboard aided design. Let's go. Just a bolt missing. It can roll. The rear suspension isn't hooked up. So that's a problem. One more thing. I need my paint pen. Where's the paint pen? Oh, crap. Check your bum. No. It's not in there.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I didn't have the paint pen today. I don't know where it went. It usually was around my paper. Question. Whatever. There's my white paint pen. That should work. The white paint pen doesn't work as good as the red one. Whatever. All right, so let's go. So this part right here, see, right? I don't know if you guys can tell. The lighting is not ideal. Let me just move you guys and I'll move the lighting. There we go. So see this piece right here? See how it kind of tapers out? We're going to need to take that into account. This is actually supposed to do that. See how you can just see how it moves this way a little bit. So that means basically until about here, this is just a flat piece. So what we're going to do is from here to here, and we're going to have to get at this with the grinder again. Yeah, we need a piece that's about this long here, like this, and yeah, I gotta get a little bit with the grinder there, take some of that off. I don't know how I'm just gonna fill the ripples that are right here, that are behind my hand. I'm gonna fill the ripples with bead, because yeah, screw it. Now, the bottom is right there, and the front is right there. There we go. All right, so let's... So I put creases in the paper where I need to cut, and now we just do a straight cut. I'm cutting slightly below the crease so I can just take off what I need, and we'll cut slightly behind it too. Fun fact, I'm gonna do the same with the metal. All right, so take that. Now I cut this, I gave myself a little bit of extra space out here and down here on purpose. So now we can really cut this thing. See the red, I lost my damn red paint pen. I don't know where it is. I think it fell behind the counter, which blows, but. All right, cool. Now, take a little bit off the bottom here. With this, just take your time. You don't need to cut fast. Just make sure you cut it straight. See? Pretty damn straight. So now, I mean, we could.
Oh, this is space.
Whoa,
I'm in
what's
space.
That? What's that? Who did a what? Shazberg gifted a sub. Thank you. Try The Office too. Because now you're a man. Man. What's up, Spit? How you doing? What makes a man fixing a car? Is it cardboard-aided design? That's my phone going off, guys. I have my phone. Guys, I normally keep the phone on silent, but I have the phone on ring just in case Bree needs me. Okay. Pretty good. You just got to zip a little bit off over there. Or we could just, see, that gap's no good. That's the other thing I've learned as I do this project more. Don't leave a big gap if you can help it. I did, the die grinder cut through that a little bit strange. Cut through those ripples a little bit strange. So there's, see the gaps? Yeah, that's not ideal. I'm just gonna have to, you know, with the welder and, yeah. Yeah, dude. Other than that, this is pretty good. This line isn't perfectly straight, but should be okay. The other thing is that there should be 2 holes right here for the fender. Yeah, it should be 2 holes for the fender. We don't have those. When I put the outer rocker on, the outer rocker has the holes, and I'll just drill them through. Hey, Bree.
Chad said the bright lights and loud noises were done?
Well, I got to cut all this,
Oh.
and then I got to weld it.
Oh.
Yeah, if you want to chill, but yeah, you can't look at the weld.
Well, how much longer until you start welding?
20, 30 minutes.
Oh.
You want to chill? You can just chill. It's fine. I'll just tell you to just look away. Just use safety squints. Turn on the other mic and you're good. Bree's here with me, guys.
Hi, Chad.
Who told Bree to come up here? On the floor by the couch.
Now Chad's gonna see my butt.
What?
Nothing, it's fine.
They're not. It's on this camera, right?
Yeah, it is.
I was gonna say.
But
Nope.
the tiny camera, they see my butt.
Oh my goodness. Get out of here.
Can you hear me, Chad? Oh my god, yes you can. Okay.
Yeah, it's overdriven, that mic, I told you.
Yeah. Yeah, lesson learned.
You know what? It's easier to cut the damn paper and just. You alright?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, it sounds like you fell.
Yeah, into the couch.
Oh, okay. Well,
It's
that's
the
good.
best place to fall.
Yeah. No, you're not wrong. Just need to cut a little bit off this back side here. Suppose I can put my phone on silent because you're here.
This is true.
Gotta go a little more.
Sorry for your ears, Chat. I had to test it. It was important.
There we go. That fits pretty damn good. Good. All right. Well, there's one. I still don't know how we're going to do that tapered piece. This part's going to suck. But we have the metal brake, and I'm sure we could get it done. All right, let's tape that into position, and we have to make a little bit more. All right, okay, all right. Stupid. You guys ever become part of a group chat and people are talking about something that just you don't care about, and it's like ding, 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 ding. You're just like, all right, mute that conversation, please.
Are you extending or replacing that metal thing?
Replacing it.
Yes, it's called fantasy football season.
Oh God, yeah, no, that happens. I don't even play fantasy football, and people are like, hey, come do this. I'm like, no, I don't have the time. Yeah, no, it'll be good. You don't even need to do anything. Don't do anything. Hey, why haven't you played? Because you said I didn't need to do anything. Well, you do. Okay. That's what it's supposed to look like. That's all the metal that's supposed to be there. On the inner rocker. And I'm going to get the CAD template that I made the other day. And I'm going to tape this one back into position too, to see what we still need to make.
My apologies if there were loud noises. I had to spin chat around.
You had to spin chat around?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I guess it was a microphone. It wasn't chat, but... Whee! That's right,
So, just, what's up, babe?
Nothing.
So just for a reference, everybody, what I'm taping back on here is all the areas that were rusty on this rocker. And I'm taping back my templates up to figure out what we need to still make. The reason why this is such just a strange freaking shape is because I had to cut around the seat belt or the seat mounts and stuff. They were still good, and I didn't want to go messing with the seat mounts at all. So that tapered spot is the spot that we still need. I just got to figure out how geometrically the whole thing goes together. I do believe that this is actually like bent. It bends in a little bit right here. And I think that's how that all kind of comes together, because this needs to be nice and flat. And yeah, I think that's how that all goes. I hope. That'd be nice. Yeah. So this part of so right where my hand is, right? It's diagonal like this, and then it straightens out. And it's flat. So basically where the tape is, we got to put a bend in the metal to make it perfectly vertical. But this part of the rocker kind of goes inward. It goes down that way. Okay. All right. That's not too bad. I just don't know what the hell we're going to do about that. But, whatever.
Do you have that piece to replicate it?
The rocker?
No, the weird shaped piece you're talking about.
No, I just have pictures of it online. Mine was there, but when I poked at it, it fell apart. Mine was there. It did exist at some point. Probably 20, 30 to 40 years ago, maybe.
Did you show Chad that you saved the jack-o'-lantern?
Yeah, I did actually. I did show them that. I showed them the rocker cap.
Cool.
It looks like there needs to be a little bit more material over here, so I'm just going to put a piece of tape there to let me know that there needs to be more material. I'm trying to make sure the cardboard template is snug. You really want it to fit really nicely, because you don't want gaps. When you have gaps, you can't weld if they're two pieces of metal are too far apart. Good.
Are you going to the moon with this?
Maybe to a moon launch, but not the moon. No. Maybe to go to see a rocket in the future that's going to the moon. Yes.
Dumb Bremo question time.
Yeah, what's up?
Why wouldn't you just make one big long rectangle and weld it over it?
The seatbelt mounts.
I
could. I could just.
Yeah.
But I only have 2 foot long plates.
Oh.
So, I mean, we could. It's possible. But you'd be lapping the rocker panel. I mean, we could.
Okay.
But I kind of already made all this.
Fair.
So, So I tried to leave as much of it there as possible. But there's the seat mounts, babe. So where my fingers are, guys, right here and here, there's a bracket to mount the front seat, right? Right here and here. So, I mean, I want to keep those. Like, the way I was describing it to Chad earlier is that I want to keep them programmed in memory.
Okay.
I want to store them, keep them in memory. Right now, they're stored in memory. They're hard-coded, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's not stored in memory, but you get the idea. Hard-coded would probably be a better way to describe it. I don't want, if I take them off, then I'm going to have to, what we would have to do, I mean, they're in good condition. They're okay. If I take those off, I suppose we could just drill the damn...
You already did it. I didn't mean to, interrupt your plan. I was just like, hold on a second.
Well, now you got me thinking, might be easier to just plate the stupid thing. I just don't want to move them, but if they're attached to the top of the rocker panel that I'm not cutting out anyway, it might be okay.
I am a programmer Terminator pig. That is my job.
Mr. Crow, you're right. An extra pair of eyes never hurts. You're right. Let me look. I might be able to. Nah, I don't want to drill those damn spot welds out. I mean, we could, but I run the risk of grinding into the seat mount, and I don't want to weaken that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, don't screw with the seat mounts. I didn't realize.
That's kind of the reason why I made this weird shape,
Yeah.
right? Like that was the whole point.
Make them stronger, not weaker.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to hit this with 16 gauge plate, so it's going to be way stronger. The factory rockers are 18. So we'll lap it with 16, so it'll be way stronger than it has any business being. Yeah. Okay. So these pieces right here, let's do this. We know these pieces are flat right here. Let me figure this out. Ready? These pieces need to be flat up against each other. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a piece of tape, and we are going to fold that piece of tape over, right, and make it flat. So that leaves us with a very strange freaking shape. See that weird, like, trapezoidal shape? That's actually, you know what? I don't think it's a trapezoid. I think it's this. It's a triangle, not a trapezoid. So if we do this like that, yeah. Okay. That could get us the shape that I'm looking for. I mean, to an extent. I found that working back through with CAD and just, yeah, messing with this really helps. It helps you get it right in your head. See what I mean? You could really see the difference now that I put that angle in there. See how that's like, it still is a trapezoid, but yeah, that's going to be a strange shape to get right. But we can do it. So what I should do is we'll make this shape up to here, right? Because that's the flat part, and we could either, well, I don't want to bend it, right? Because the whole bottom of where the pinch weld is down here, that's flat. When I say flat, I mean it's perfectly vertical. It's not like angled inward like this, so it has to be perfectly vertical like that. See? So this part is all totally vertical, and right here is where it transitions to start moving in a different direction. Right? So another thing I was going to say I could just put a plate in here and then just bend it. We do have the metal brake. That'll do it. We know that can make that happen. Yeah. Yeah, that'll work. And then we gotta, see, I gotta go all the way back there. Anywhere you see blue tape is what needs to be replaced. I'm trying to do all this without replacing the rocker. Now, once again, we can do it. It's not a big deal. It's just, this is a little bit involved, but I want to get this done. That's what we're doing today. I'm not stopping until we finish this damn thing. And then there's a little bit of a gap that we need to fix right there, but that's no problem. That's where the two rockers meet. I kind of kept that there on purpose. Okay. All right, there we go.
Fascinating.
Yeah. There's the
Go
piece.
Hang that in the Louvre under modern art.
Yeah. There you go. I'm not going to be able to make it in one long strip of metal because I only have 2-foot sheets, so I'm going to have to make it in 2 parts. Still getting that little fold thing is going to be a little bit strange. But yeah, that should be good. This should give us more or less the shape that we want.
What are you working around with that little fold thing? Like, why not just make it straight?
That's what the factory piece does.
Oh.
I have it up on the desktop right there. I'll show it on stream so you can see it.
Okay.
So, guys, this is what a brand new one looks like. You could see it right there. See the triangle? See it?
Yeah. Okay. I see.
Auto Metal Direct's really, really nice because you can just rotate. They put everything on a rotisserie and rotate it around. Yeah. See how it's flat?
Yeah.
Like the whole bottom is flat, and the reason why the whole bottom is perfectly vertical is because it's got to pick up on this. It picks up on this edge right here.
I'm just like, what is the purpose of the triangle that you need to recreate it?
What do you mean?
Couldn't you just do...
Make the whole thing flat?
Yeah.
No, it won't fit.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, it won't fit. You have to get that bend there. It's also, that little bend is going to keep that thing from moving.
So what if you waited to do that little bend until the outer rocker was in, so you could match the shape?
That might be what I do. I might just make this completely flat.
Yeah.
And then, well, the thing is that in order to pick up on the front mount, hold on. The whole part of the rocker is not angled. The part up there where the jack-o'-lantern piece, where this piece is, see, that's flat.
Okay.
See, this is flat. So the thing kind of twists like this.
Right.
See what I'm saying? Kind of does that. So getting that triangle piece is like what? So what I'm probably going to do, here's what I'm thinking. Weld all this stuff in. Now from here, like back, should be pretty easy. I mean, you could just grab some pliers and just bend it.
Yeah.
And bend it into the pinch. That's not a big deal. I could just sit there and hammer it. Or I could put it in my metal brake, try to give it a little bit of a bend, no problem. That's probably what I will do. Just give this a little bit of a bend. We just got to make sure I bend it in the right direction. Is he talking to an AI? That's my wife. My wife is sitting on my shop couch. That's Brimo.
Hi, it's me. I'm Brimo.
Brimo's not AI, not that I know of.
Last time I checked, I wasn't.
Okay.
I might be merging with Claude, though. Who knows?
Goalie says you're AI.
How could you?
But you're a synth, so different. Brimo.ai.
Women aren't real.
That's not the whole rule, Peace Boy. The whole rule is women aren't real until proven otherwise. I'm just saying. I can prove it.
Hi, Kelly.
Okay.
Head Primo, is this true?
Yeah, Brimo, is that Gork? Is this true? Anyway, so, yeah, I'm going to have to figure that one out. I think I'll start by just making the flat piece up front, because this front part is perfectly vertical, so that should be pretty straightforward to do. We got to go over to what's left of my cutting board. There's a quarter panel in front of it, so it's going to be infinitely more difficult to do this.
Chet can't see you.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
I know, I have to set the cameras up, and I'm just trying to think how I'm going to do this, because once again, there's a gigantic freaking quarter panel in the way for this boat of a freaking car. There's actually two. Both of them are, one of them's in the box.
Yeah, well, whose fault is that?
The car's.
Okay.
If the car had less rusty components, it'd be on.
Okay.
Boom. Got him. Good thing I have steel-toed boots, or else that really would have sucked. That's a lawn ornament. No, garage ornament. Get it right. You know what? I'm going to leave that camera there, because that already has that shot framed. How the hell am I going to do the rest of this? Does the Vivitar work? Oh, it does. It just shows all of its stupid stuff on it because it's a gigantic pile of Vivitar. When you first played Fallout 4, did you know that Codsworth was going to actually pronounce your name? That derailed me when he first did. Yes, that was in fact very weird. Guys, I'm just going to keep this camera. What I'm going to do is just transfer the paper onto the metal over there, and then I'll show you the piece when I'm done. Just give me a second. I have another camera, but this one isn't fully operable yet. I actually need batteries for that thing. You can't plug it into an external power source, which sucks.
You should get batteries. Hasn't that been a thing for like months now?
Yeah, I forgot.
Okay.
We had some other stuff go down that kind of impeded
that's fair.
progress in that front, you know?
You'd switch the camera view back.
I know. The Vivitar, I can't reach it. There's too much stuff in the way. It's up there on the shelf.
I thought you were going to use the Vivitar.
I might be able to. All right. Here. Let's try that. But the stupid thing has all the frickin' things. See?
Who cares?
What do you mean, who cares?
I mean, Chet cares, but they also care that they can see what you're doing, so.
Move.
There you go.
Some of these fuel lines and stuff out of the way.
Welcome to EJ's shelf.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys are on the shelf. Oh, God, that's...
Oh, you've also traveled back in time to 2024.
All right.
This is EJ's time machine garage.
I wish I had my damn paint pen right now, but that's okay. That's the second time I've done that, so I'm moving it. Really happy that wasn't on stream.
Crew Cab DeLorean.
Yeah. That was just my steel-toed boot hitting a metal part. I'm really happy I have steel toes, because that really would have hurt otherwise. Does this thing work?
Don't ruin the paint.
Yeah, okay.
That was a joke.
Yeah, no, you're right. All right, so...
Wait, are you going to use a gray pen on metal?
I had red, but I don't know where it went.
As long as you could tell the difference, I just... We have not finished them yet, Tessa, but I might have one tonight. speaking of that, EJ, Grind Hard Plumbing Company reminded me of the transmission almost falling on your foot recently because he had a transmission fall on his foot.
Yeah, grind hard. Right on. Those guys do crazy fabrication. They're, frankly, way more talented than me.
Yep, John, cardboard's back. Doing CAD. Why are you gonna... Whatever.
What?
Do you even bake, bro?
What?
Why would you do this like this?
What do you mean?
It's gonna trigger me.
What are you talking about?
You were doing it like a diagonal, right?
That's not the right piece.
Oh.
This is the right piece.
Yeah, so line it up on the edge and then...
Of course.
It just looked like it was at a diagonal.
It's because they're two different pieces of metal, lady. And I'm only making this part forward first.
Oh, you're doing this first?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I marked it as with the gray pen about as good as we could.
Maybe you're not going to be able to see that.
Well, I should be all right. I should be okay. Doubting. You hear that? My wife doesn't even believe in me. Metal Connect! Woo!
I can still get you a different color Sharpie.
I had a red paint pen, sweetheart, and I have no idea where it went.
I know. Saying gray doesn't feel like a good...
I think the red paint pen, believe it or not, I think it fell into the box with the TV in it.
I think you're right. But I leaned over there and was scared I was going to get tetanus in my surgery scar. So...
Yeah, so it's gone.
Maybe don't do that.
Yeah, it's gone.
Do you want me to go...
No, it's fine. I can see it.
Okay.
It'll be good. I just got to get my grinding wheel.
You can give Blue Origin advanced warning of problems ahead. Because we're in 2024.
Oh, yeah. Dude, I'll tell you what, dude. It's like, well, while I'm just changing the wheel. Man, what did I say? Like, I can't... Like, I'm not trying to say that I predicted this was going to happen, because I didn't.
But now he's going to say that he predicted this was going to happen.
No, Why you got to take the wind out of my sails like that, lady? Jeez.
Because I love you and that's part of my job.
No, like, when they did the NG3 countdown, we watched that, and I'm like sitting here going, what are you guys doing? Like, you're all over the place with New Glenn, right? You're all over the place. And, like, they were, like, looking for anomalies, and they weren't looking for anomalies and everything. Like, and it seems like it was very rushed, right? And, you know, then they had a failure, right? And then, they had a mishap, and then they got their mishap figured out, right? And then, right, they did it. They had it solved like in a month or something, right? And then they were like, okay, we got a hot fire. We got to get going, right? It very much seems like they're kind of all over the place. Like, I'm not trying to say that I predicted it, but I could have told you that something like this, you got to be careful with stuff like this, and they're kind of all over the place. I did say that during that launch stream. Why? Why won't you come off? There we go.
Julian says it felt like they had no clue on what they were doing, so a catastrophic failure was just a matter of time.
That's, I don't want to say that because I can't do better. That's why I say they're all over the place, which is very easy. Guys, like, it's very easy to just get wound up in the minutia and then have a launch pad blow up in your face. I know, because that's happened to me in Kerbal. It's definitely a thing. So, I'm not saying that I could do better, but the times where that happened was when I wasn't fully locked in. And I tried to do something that required being locked in, and it did not work. Like, just food for thought.
Where are your loud noises headphones?
What?
Your loud noise, your headphones. The things that block the. Can I use them, or are you using them? Were you going to use them? If you're going to use them, you can use them.
I have another way.
Okay. How the heck? Do these rotate?
They go behind you. They go behind your head.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I can, but it feels delayed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Wow, that's so weird. Why does it feel like I'm on delay in real life? What is happening? What did he say?
I'm gonna go cut this. All right. I'm just gonna be over here. I'll go cut this. Don't say anything, chat.
What did he say, chat?
Don't say nothing. I didn't say anything. I was just talking to you.
He made me commit to something.
No, I did not.
He's gonna be like, I asked you that, and you said yeah. And it's gonna be something I had no idea he was asking me.
No.
He wanted more car parts?
Yeah. Well, she already knew that, so
Yeah.
I wouldn't need to be like, yo.
I need to beat him more?
Who said that?
Fluffy.
Man, why you gotta do that to me? I don't do that to you. All right, let me get my face shield out. All right, let's go back in time like it's 2024.
Yes, I am EJ's wife.
Okay, section 1 cut there. Now,
Hear my pulse, please.
cool.
Is there a propane cylinder near you?
What?
Chad said always enjoy the sparks and propane cylinder in the same shot.
Yeah, that's empty, guys. The full one is not near me. But, I mean, you know, I'll put it in front of the sparks if you want. Here, look. Huh? See?
Even better.
There's nothing in it, dude. She's empty. Probably should have done that cut first, but that's okay.
We're in 2024, so we can warn the origin of incoming disaster. I can't leave you no idea. Oh, in 95.
No, that one looks terrible. I'm gonna have to smooth it out, but it's okay.
What's an electric nibbler?
Neat. There you go.
Nice.
There's your first piece. I gotta deburr it. I can do that back over here though. Let's get off the damn frickin' Vivitar.
Oh, it's designed to cut sheet metal. Interesting.
What?
An electric nibbler?
Oh yeah, nibblers are cool. I don't have one though.
No? How much is that?
They're not expensive.
Oh.
Nibblers are pretty good. It's basically a can opener for metal.
Oh.
Works just like a can opener. It does the same thing.
Cool.
So right now I'm deburring it just to make sure there's no sharp caca all over the edge.
Chat, that might be. Never mind.
I know what you're gonna say. Yeah, do it.
Yeah.
Go ahead. With the amount of metal that we cut, XJ, you might probably right though, dude. All right, I'm gonna take this to the bench grinder real quick. Grind that edge kind of flat. I kind of messed up on the cut. But I gave myself a lot of extra material here on purpose.
High predominant.
Padongadong?
So no nibbler zone?
No nibbling? That's a shame.
Wait. How much? I don't understand. I love you too, predominant. No. Predominant.
Much better. Nice. So like I said, I gave myself a lot of extra material here, but that's what you kind of got to do. You got to fit, and then you got to test, and you got to fit, and you got to test, and you got to cut a little bit, and test it, and cut it a little bit, and test it. But yeah, there's the first piece. Let's flip back over here and let's see. I left probably about a 1/16 of an inch on the top here. So let's check. Ready? Oh yeah.
Oh, she fits good, bud.
Oh yeah. It's not bad. I left a lot on the top just in case. too much.
Kind of awesome you made that from cardboard, says blockchain.
Yeah. Cardboard aided design, dude. Yeah, I gotta take more off the top here. If you could see the line, I always just leave a little bit more. It's gray on gray, but see the line up there? I left about a 1/16 of an inch on purpose. And what I'm doing is I'm using this because I know this is flat. I'm lining that up with the bottom of the metal, which Bree was saying I know is also flat, right? If we line those two up, right, we can know that that's level, more or less. See? Nice. 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 The other thing we could do is just leave this piece like this and then just sit here with the die grinder and make it fit. There's an easy way to do that, actually. If we wanted to, I could just paint this. Just spritz it with paint.
Does it really matter if it goes over a little bit? Like you're just
Yes, I don't want it to go over. You want to butt them up against each other.
Okay.
That way the weld is kind of holding both of them together.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? Like you want to leave a gap right there and have the weld fill the gap so it holds them together like glue. But hot glue, very hot glue. Let's say.
I thought the Meteor was a truck, Ram-a-Lot, so...
What's up?
He asked about the Meteor boom.
Oh, yeah. I was in the basement I was cleaning the basement, guys. I cleaned out a room in the basement, and I did not hear it. Bree, did you hear it?
I thought it was a truck, but it upset Titan, so...
I did hear the dog start barking like crazy around 2, so that's when it came through, so... Yeah, give me the die grinder. We can just kind of go back and forth here. I also want a level. You know what? Give me a level. It's a good idea.
Oh, you're not making loud noises. Why did I...
Not yet, at least.
Huh?
Not yet.
Not yet. Hello, Joe Live. I have to assume it's asking about the meteor. How come that just happens? Can't we predict that?
That one was really small, and it definitely came from solar orbit, judging by the re-entry trajectory. It's tiny. Guys, yes, you can predict that. Most of the stuff just burns up in the atmosphere. You can predict where the asteroid is, but you can't predict what it's made out of. What if you have an asteroid made out of tungsten? Then what? Is it a big deal? Is it not a big deal? What if it's made out of iron? It'll just burn up. It'll ablate. Tungsten won't, though. See what I'm saying? Like, it's not just like, oh, well, can't we predict that? Yes, we can. But it's hard to say without knowing what it's made out of how far it's going to get down to the ground.
So just really small and really fast.
Yeah, pretty much. Most micrometeorite, most of them don't make it to the surface. That one didn't make it to the surface, not even close. It burst. It microburst. It blew up, and fragments of it made it down to the surface. Well, in the middle of Cape Cod Bay. And by fragments, I mean maybe like a couple of pebbles.
Yeah, they said it was equal to 300 tons of TNT.
The meteorite?
Yeah.
Neat.
Pello said, got it, thanks.
Yeah, it's just... yeah. Don't even worry about it.
What if a plane had been in the way, though?
What?
Like, here's Brienne's brain. Like, what if a plane had been in the way?
Very unlikely.
Oh.
Yeah, very unlikely. Much more likely to hit a boat. Planes, the scale of our atmosphere is often not really understood, babe.
Yeah.
Like, the chance of that meteor hitting a plane is not zero, but it's very, very low. It's not zero, but it's low. Okay.
So blockchain, you're telling us meteorite composition prediction is the play?
Meteorite what?
Composition prediction.
I guess.
Smaster says, what happened? Just got here. There was a meteorite that came down over New England on Saturday, and people were asking questions about it.
Yeah, man. We had then a meteor hit. And then that's when things got knocked up into 12th gear. But these New Englanders have a strong bond over Dunkin' Donuts. It's New England Meteor Mocha Latte Dunkachino, the movie.
Whatever. I thought that was the last piece you were gonna put in.
Nah, I'd change my mind.
Oh.
All right, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to spritz this with,
Are your power tools M12 or M18? What does that mean?
I have a Milwaukee M18. It's Two Brothers. It's just called Two Brothers.
Don't buy him things. Chat?
So see, just let in a little bit of spray paint right there, right? Spritz a little bit of chassis paint. Actually, weld through primer probably would have been a bit smarter decision. And then, if you take this off, it shows you exactly what you need to remove. See? Easy peasy. You're gonna get some loud noises here in a second. I gotta turn the compressor back on, dudes.
Loud noises!
So, headphone users, you're gonna get loud noises. I gotta get the die grinder going again so I can cut this stuff. Or I could use the cutoff wheel. I need the die grinder for part of it, but you know what? I want the cutoff wheel for this. Scratch that. We are gonna need the die grinder to get up at the front, but yeah.
Why are you cutting that thing? Why wouldn't you cut the piece of metal?
It's just a little slither.
Oh, okay.
Like, you could do it either way. Like,
Okay. I was just curious.
so I don't want to, like, okay, so if I have to cut that piece of metal, I have to take it and I have to clamp it to the table, and that's a tiny piece. I don't want to run the risk of it moving, right? Because it's a small piece. Like, you don't want to be on the table and then zip it off the table and have it hit you in the crotch or something.
Okay.
The car isn't moving.
That's true.
It's easier to take material off of the car.
Okay.
You know what I mean? All right, Rares, you off to church? All right, buddy. All right, let me get the grinding wheel. Like, the real key here is to sneak up on it very slowly. You don't want to take too much off. But I'm going to need the die grinder for over there. Need my face mask. Where the heck did it go? Chat.
My mom said Coca Mocha Boom.
Coca Mocha's booms.
called the Kokomoka Boom. That's what
Oh.
the meteor. That's the.
Oh, yeah, no, that's good. I like that. What I don't like, oh, there's my face mask. I see it. See that little strip of silver, guys? We're just gonna zip that out here real fast. Loud noises incoming.
Loud noises!
I just got to adjust this. I don't want to put sparks underneath the car where there's a pan of transmission fluid. It's probably not a good idea.
Blockchain says that's a great technique with the spray.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah. I learned that from an auto shop, auto body guy back in the day. I think I got enough material out there that I can punch that. It's just that little bit of snot that's up there at the end. Hey. You know, I'm surgical with this thing, Jake. Sweet. Cool. Let's check fitment again. Oh. Oh. Very good. Yeah, it's pretty good, man. It's a pretty good fit. Not
Beautiful.
bad. Might have to zip a little bit off more in one or two areas, but more or less. Yeah, I missed the spot over there. All right, headphone users again. There's just some smuts over here. A little bit of rust. Just gotta... There we go. I slipped a little bit, but we're all right. There we go.
Yay! Gorgeous.
All right, first piece. Hell yeah, dude. That's actually pretty good. So I got to drill some holes here for the suspension mounts, but I'll use my white paint pen. Maybe the white paint pen will decide to work today. Yeah, it's working. There. Cool. So that's where it's going to pick up on that front suspension mount, right there, there, and there. Sick. That's good, man. It's going to be tough where those ripples are, but I'll just go slow with the welder there. We got to drill these holes out. Probably should go a little bit to one side.
How did you know that's where those holes went?
I was putting my finger behind it and feeling where the panel is. I didn't get it exactly right. We got to use, because that's a long piece. I'll try to get the weld in the center. So right there and right there. That's what we want. We want the holes on the inside. Yep. Cool. Sweet. That's super useful.
Are you going to clean the paint before welding?
Yes. Yeah, I have to. We'll just, yeah, we can just get it in position, and then I got to get this, we got to go at this with a wire brush and just zap it back in, man. Pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. That's the front of a rocker. And we are lined up with that triangular taper, which is fantastic. That's what we want. Cool. Let's drill some holes. Sick. The air puncher? Oh, dude, you reminded me. I have one of those. Or I could just, you know, I could just drop it. That works too. Is it going to get it far enough?
Did somebody give you that?
No, I bought it.
Oh.
The punch is a little bit close to the side here, dudes. It'll work. It lines up perfectly with the first holes that we made. I forgot I had this. This is super useful because it can flange an edge too. It'll work. It should work. It shouldn't. Yeah. Let's try it. Let me. I mean, this is 16 gauge. Let's see if this thing punches through it. This is thick boy steel. For plate steel, it's pretty thick. Well, for automotive plate steel, it's pretty thick. Yeah, baby. You know what? I'm gonna put the mask on just in case. Is the top deeper of the tool? The top is for flanging, dude. I don't think I can make this. Any deeper, but hey, it did it. All right. Nice. That wasn't bad at all. Much easier than drilling a damn hole. Oh, that is so good. This thing is awesome. This thing is pretty good.
You're just going to go make holes in all of your metal now for like...
The Chief. It's the Chief. That's a Harbor Freight one, dudes. That's pretty good, man. I mean, the holes are not exactly where I wanted them, but they're damn close. It's good enough. That's enough to work. Wow.
Hip Hop says, I've been in and out of the Coronet project. Can someone give me a rough percent estimate of percent done?
In terms of the work, Hip, we are, the car is in more pieces than it was probably last time you saw it. Yeah, I'd say chat's right. Probably about 20% done with the work, maybe. The thing is that I am 100% there with the parts that I need. So if we go over to the high cam,
Debatable.
I have all the parts for the car, all the principal parts, like quarter panels. I have the quarters, I have the crossmember, I have the floorboards, I have the outer rockers, I have the tail panel. We have everything. I have everything to put the car back together. So overall, we're making good progress towards on the part procurement front. But yeah, 20% of the work, maybe.
Yeah, all the parts that you know you need.
Beyond the rocker and the inner rocker, there's those rocker caps that need to go at the front, the jack-o'-lantern piece. Mm-hmm. Other than that, that's the thing. There's not much more car to replace. Like, there's not more car unless you want me to add subframe connectors.
I just feel like there was something today you were telling me you might need in the front.
The jack-o'-lantern piece, which is the piece that we
No,
figured.
I thought there was something else other than the jack-o'-lantern.
I don't remember.
Okay.
And I'm not just saying that because I don't.
No, I don't remember either. Maybe I'm making it up. I have no way of knowing.
I don't know. All right, let's check the holes. Thank you for reminding me we had the punch. I totally forgot about that thing. Yeah, that'll work. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Nice. That's a pretty damn good fit, dude, if I do say so myself. Score. Right tools make the gerb go easy. That's right. Hey, Lego. All right, so that's one piece down. Also, EJ's looking swole, man. Dang, good work. I am actually the heaviest I've been in a long time, dude. But, yeah, it's not bad. Most of that's flab, but pretty good.
I think you look great.
That's the only opinion that matters. I mean, Hip, I appreciate the compliment, but that's the only one that matters. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Very, very, very manly.
That's right. Just deburring the rest of this.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Goat at throttle up. What's up, Jib? Nice. And the cool thing about it is, you know, I made all the cardboard templates, and if we need to do it for the other side, I already have the template made. So what I do is I take the template, I put it where I need it, and spray paint over the template, and it'll give me cut lines on the other side that match this exactly.
Nice.
So the car can actually be like perfectly identical. It's making the stupid thing is what takes the longest period of time.
Yeah.
You got a permit for those weapons? Yeah, in this state. I don't know what that means.
As long as you don't name them bomb and take them on an airplane.
All right, I gotta clean the paint off of this thing. What can I use to do that? I don't feel like switching the cutting wheel back to the wire wheel, but we might need to. Actually, I could do with another one of the angle grinders, so I could have the wheel on one and the cutting wheel on the other. That could be useful. Or meteor bomb. See, that's why I should have done this with weld-through primer, because then it wouldn't be a big deal. I do have more weld-through. I'm going to do
What's the problem with welding when there's paint on it? Like once again, stupid Bremo question.
No. That's a good question. You need bare metal or you need the weld-through primer. The weld-through primer is primer that has metal flakes in it. You need to make a connection. The paint is an insulator. You can't make the connection to make a good zap.
Zip zap.
And even if you did get a good connection here, the paint reacting with the arc, not great. You don't want any contamination.
Okay.
So you don't want no contamination. You don't want there's a bunch of stuff. Actually, what I got to do now is I got to paint this thing with the weld through primer. Anyway, so let me see if I can just use the wire brush. Get this off here. Yeah, God, you said contamination. That's right. Nah, it's not getting it
So
off.
then is your paint trick really all that good of a trick?
If I did it with the weld through primer, yeah, it'd be great. The chassis paint was closer and I didn't think about it.
Fair enough.
I just grabbed what was close. But yeah, if we were using weld through this would be a great idea. I don't feel like changing the damn wheel, but we have to. I don't think I have another thing here. I think my drill's still, the wire brush drill is still in the house. This is working. It's getting it off. Do you have a sander? I do, actually. Yes. I think so. I think it's over here.
Yes, we heard the meteor the other day.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, I have my my orbital. This'll work. Thank you. I forgot. I have so many tools in here, guys. I don't remember what I have. That's what happens when people buy you a ton of tools all at once. You know what? I'm just going to hit both sides of this because we have to hit both sides with the weld through. Sanding it gives it something to adhere to. You want a rough surface anyway, so. There we go. So I just hit this with the palm sander real quick, and now it's nice and clean. And now I gave it a little bit of a gritty edge to for the weld through to attach to. So that's good. I'm gonna do that now over here. Just gonna hit it with the weld through primer.
What am I playing on Switch lately? Nothing. I was doing Pokemon. I looked at Tamagotchi Life, but I think it's more fun to watch people play it than to play it myself. Yeah.
It's in the ocean, Yarg. It went out into Cape Cod Bay, dude. Hi, if you can't remember what tools you have, you're not using them enough. I guess we need to do more automotive
I
streams.
guess so. Chat's really into space news lately, though.
What's that?
Chat's really into space news lately, though.
Well, just car streams and space news.
All right.
Just gonna have to get out in the shop a little bit earlier every day. If you're cool with that.
Whatever.
Hey, that's not no, chat. That's all I'm saying. All right, I got to do both sides of this thing, so we'll just make sure that works. Okay, now I get my heat gun to get this to get the paint to warm up and dry. It'll get it to flash. That's the word. You can flash the paint on with a heat gun.
J-Volt says, I can't wait for space stuff today. I have a question, sure to stump him.
Just ask while we're watching paint dry.
Go for question. Chat loves paint drying streams.
Oh yeah, no, they're the best. So you can see it drying right there on the Vivitar
In 2024.
in 2024. So I'm gonna do one side. Just gotta wait a couple minutes because I heated it up. The paint will flash to it, and then we gotta flip it over. We'll do the other side.
What's the benefit of doing the weld-through primer now and not after you've welded?
So that's a good question, actually. I like caking the pieces that I weld back to the car and weld through primer. The reason why is because that weld through primer, like I'm doing both sides of it, it's going to be hard to get at the other side when it's in. So, and a lot of other pieces of steel are lapped on top of each other, right? So this is called lapping right here.
Yeah.
So like, from the factory, when they did this, they did not spray, they just welded bare metal to bare metal.
Okay.
And if you weld bare metal to bare metal and rust gets in that crack, it'll rust from the inside out, which is exactly what happened here.
Okay.
Coating everything with that weld through primer will make it so when I weld it, it'll protect the weld from contamination, and the part is basically ready to be painted.
Ah.
Yeah, so you paint it. It's like if you're putting it, I don't know if you guys have ever painted like Warhammer 40K models or something, or like you put together like a model car, you paint all the parts first and then you glue them together. Same idea.
Okay.
Weld through primer's huge. Yeah.
Cool.
Because like, so see this seam right here on the trunk, between the trunk and the trunk extension right here?
Yeah.
From the factory, they probably would not have
Yeah.
done anything. They just, a guy on the line with a spot welder would have been like, and they would have called it a day. When I go to weld that back in, I'm coating both sides with weld through primer. And then I'll hole punch the extension, right? So we have weld through primer on one side, the hole punch with the extension on the other side with weld through primer. And when they butt up against each other, it's just primer on primer. So it won't rust. You're not exposing any metal to the elements anymore. You're encapsulating it, which is what you want. That'll make this last 50 years. Another 50 years.
Okay, so it's just another layer of protection because paint protects metal.
Correct.
Got it.
Yeah.
Cool.
Weld through primer is good because you can paint it or you could weld it. Weld through primer, John, is what it's called. It's paint, well, it's primer. Primer is something that you put on metal before you paint it. It's primer, but it has metal flakes in it. It has flakes of zinc and some other stuff in it.
Cool.
And when you spray it, the particulates get on there and it dries with the paint. So when you go to weld it, it won't insulate. It'll make the connection for you.
Neat.
I don't know. I know the steel, it has stainless in it, Mutter. I don't know what this has in it. It doesn't really say. It just says weld through primer.
What if it's lying to you?
No, I know this is weld through primer.
Oh, J-Volt asked his question. Did I miss it? I was looking for it.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, so this is the guy who's gonna stump you. In the show Star City, the Russians go to the moon with N1. Was it their plan to have a spacewalk between Soyuz and Luna in order to land, or was that for Hollywood fun?
No, that was their architecture. Airlock wasn't in the cards. So they, yeah, you had to EVA one cosmonaut to the lander, to the LK lander. Yeah.
That doesn't sound like a smart way to do that.
Mass. Less mass that way. Because you already have the spacesuit, because you already have to go down to the ground. It's just very pragmatic Russian thinking. You already have a suit. You're going to go down to the surface. Put the suit on and go to the other ship.
Okay.
That has zinc in it, by the way. It is zinc. Yeah, the best part is no part. But see, that's a trade-off. But it's a trade-off because now your mission operations are way more dangerous.
Yeah.
An EVA is no joke. That is
Right.
not something that should be taken lightly in any spaceflight mission. It's not like, you know, in the movies where they're just like, open the airlock, okay, you know, like, okay, let's go outside. Like, that's not how that works at all. If you try to like depress like what you see in a sci-fi movie with our current technology, you blow the airlock seals pretty fast. Because everything is designed to be light. The airlock isn't an industrial airlock. It's just designed to work. Time is not a constraint with your mission architecture, so it's something you can afford when you're going to do an EVA like on the space station or something, right?
Makes
It's
sense.
something you can afford. Apollo could do that. They could do it. That's right, John. They did test it on Apollo 9. Dave Scott EVA'd from the LEM to the CSM. It can be done. Dangerous, but they tested it. The Russians, the reason why the Russians did that, once again, is because you already have the suit. The other thing is that the N1 rocket is using kerosene. First, second, and third stage. It's all kerosene. The Russians hadn't figured out hydrolocks. That's what helped the U.S. win the space race, right? We have hydrolocks technology. Hydrogen gets you way more efficiency, right? Our upper stages on the Saturn V, the S2 and the S4B, hydrolocks, way more efficient. Now, and that allowed us to launch basically because the second and third stages are more efficient. We had more throw to the moon. We could throw more stuff out there. 45 metric ton TLI on the Saturn V. It wasn't as much on the N1 because it's using kerosene. Kerosene is not nearly as efficient. Now, the Russian engines are pretty damn good. The NK-33s and the NK-15s, they're pretty good. But they're kind of terrible upper stage engines. If you're going beyond low Earth orbit, you're really going to pay for it if you're using kerosene. If you're using Kerolox. That's why Falcon 9 does launch stuff beyond low Earth orbit, right? But you're not seeing like a Falcon shoot a Dragon capsule off to the moon. Well, not yet, at least. That may happen. Who knows? But yeah, it's very, very inefficient comparatively to like hydrogen or methane. Yeah. So the Russians kind of, they were forced into that method of that pragmatic thinking because they didn't have a rocket that was as good as ours. Now, the N1 did have more liftoff thrust than the Saturn V because kerosene.
Yeah.
And it had, what is it, guys, 29 engines or something? But, yeah, we had way better upper stages. And I would say that we still have better upper stages, but I don't know. I don't know if people want to have that argument. Once again, I'm just waiting for the paint to dry. It should be flashed on.
This is a paint drying stream, chat. You're gonna be welding soon, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I might head back in the house.
Okay.
If that's cool with you.
Sure.
All right. And you can have your loud noise protection back. Now I have to get myself up off this couch. I did it.
Good job.
Thank you. Oh, I was even trying to do it where I'm wrong. Excuse me.
Cool. All right, that's flashing. Here's an EJ question. You throw a small object backwards from the ISS. Could it appear later in front of the ISS? How are you throwing something? You need the ground to throw something. Meat Snack, you'd go to throw this thing, equal and opposite reactions. It would go forward, but you would also go backwards. Well, not go backwards. You'd probably just keep spinning.
Where does this go?
EVA. So say this is the thing, right? You'd go to throw it. When you throw something on the ground, you're using the ground to push, right? When you go to throw it, it would probably just go like this, right? You'd probably just kind of have to let it go. Say you were grabbing the ISS, then maybe you could lob it. It might come back. Yeah, I mean, maybe.
What if it was a boomerang?
That needs air. Did they test that on the moon? What? You good?
Yeah, I'm good. I did it all by myself.
Good job.
Yeah, you don't even have your...
I can have my hearing protection back?
Yeah.
All right.
What?
What?
What? Oh, bye, chat. It was nice hanging out with you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I love you.
Love you. I'll be down a little bit.
Okay.
Well, and by a little bit, I mean a little while.
I knew you won't be done before I go to bed.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Love you.
Love you.
What if you threw it on the moon? What would happen? You can't throw to orbital velocity on the moon. That's not a thing. Please, I don't want to deal with the coefficient of restitution. You sure? You sure you don't? You sure about that? I mean, but yeah, if you threw it, you're going to get a slightly differential eccentricity in the object. It might come back after a couple of days. Unlikely, but it might. And if it does, you definitely don't want it hitting your space station. That would be bad. Have you heard about the Maverick bill? Yes. Building a rocket? No, rockers, not rockets, not yet at least. I'm fixing the bottom part of the car right there. I have the first piece made. I just gotta wait for the weld through primer to dry. But here, if we go to the other camera, if you see, yeah, I'm working on this piece right here. There's a piece that goes from here to about here. That's the first piece that I'm gonna make, or that we're gonna weld back in to fix our damn rocker panel. But yeah, that's we're just waiting for that paint to dry. We could cut up some other parts while we're here. Yeah, it's probably not a bad idea. You're gonna switch to the Vivitar, which is in 2024. Okay, so this is all the stuff that we need, right? And we've done this part right here. Now we got to get the rest of this. The rest of this we can, yeah. Yeah, the bench cam. It's the Vivitar. I put it up there, but the Vivitar frickin', every time I turn it off and turn it back on, it shows the damn date codes and stuff because it's a pile of crap. But whatever. Let me go look at something. Yeah, okay, that's fine. All right, so what I want with this part is from about here, where this big piece is, I'm going to try to do that all at once. And we want this. And I know that it goes off of the edge a little bit over here, but that's all right. So, you know what I'll do? We'll do another thing here. We should just be able to spray paint because my pens aren't working. Should just be able to spray paint this into position. Yeah. Let me get my the chassis paint. That's not working how I really want it to at all. Lovely. That's really caked on there, but whatever. Did it do what we wanted? Yeah, it did. Okay, that'll work. That edge came in a little bit weird, but that's all right. This is wet, so I'm just going to put that over there. And there's the next bit. There's the next piece that we need. Okay. Let me clamp this. Okay, I'm going to clamp the sheet on both sides here. Just got to make sure when I cut, we don't clip that piece off. I'm not sure that paint is really accurate. I'm going to give myself more space again, guys. I'm going to cut on the outside of that line with the cutoff wheel. Definitely need more clamps. Yeah. What does a rocker do? Thank you for the stream. Yeah, no problem. So the rocker is a structural piece that connects the front and the back of the car together. This is a unibody design, Michael. This is a unibody design, meaning that the structure of the car is the body of the car. Now, there's a little bit of confusion about like what does the body mean? Well, the body's this part, the part that the people ride in, that's the body. In the 50s, you had a car that was body on chassis. So you made like a chassis, right, with two rails, right, and you bolted all the wheels, the motor to it and everything, and the transmission, right, and then you put the body on top of that. That's how pickup trucks are made, and like semi trucks are made like that nowadays, but they really kind of stopped making cars like that in the 60s. I mean, they did have, there's the Panther platform, and I know there's, technically, the last body on chassis car was the Crown Vic, which was 2011. But this, the reason why they stopped that is because this is a unibody. So what does that mean? That means the chassis of the car and the body of the car is the same piece. They're integral. You don't put this thing doesn't go on a chassis, right? It's an integral piece, meaning that the structure of the car is built directly into the body, right? Without it, I need something to drink. Actually, you know what? I'll get a cough drop. With that all being said, give me one sec. With that all being said, underneath the doors, if you look underneath the doors, there's a metal piece. I mean, most of the car's metal, dickhead. Not you, me. There's a metal piece, and down here, I'll open the door, it'll be easier to see it. See that light gray piece right here? That's the inner rocker. That connects the front and the back of the car together, structurally. Now, obviously, there's some structure that is garnered by the floor. The floor of the car is obviously structural. The roof of the car is structural, right? My rockers are your primary thing that connects what hooks the front wheels to the car to what hooks the back wheels to the car. That kind of joins them together. It's a long strip of metal. It looks, ideally, it looks like that, right? See, the floor would be on this channel right here, right? And this is the outside. The outer rocker would be on the other side. If you look, this thing is kind of L-shaped, see that? And how this thing works, right? The inner rocker is shaped like an upside down L, and the outer rocker is kind of shaped like a C. And when they come together, right, when you put them together, it makes a structural beam that goes from the front to the rear of the car. Now I have the outer one. I bought the outer one. I have it right here. See? It's C-shaped. See that? The upside down L goes like this. But could I have bought the inner rocker? Sure. The problem is that if I'm going to do the inner rocker, you basically got to take the whole car apart. I'm talking like entirely, the entirety of the part. It's part of the, because it's part of it's a structural part of the chassis or the unibody. So I'd have to take the doors off. I'd have to take the door jambs off. Like this piece right here would have to come, like, I'm not doing that. What I'm going to do is patch it. All right. I don't have the equipment to take the whole damn car apart. I mean, I could. You know, for the technical people, if we had a frame jig or something, it'd be better, but I don't. This is just leveled on jack stands, which is good enough. That's fine if you're not getting into doing rockers or frame rails, which I'm not. Yeah, the rocker is a major structural piece that connects the front and the back of the car together. It's underneath the doors. That's what I'm working on. So right there, you could see the top part where those ripples are, that's part of the rocker. That's part of the rocker that's okay. Okay? So at the top of your screen where that kind of curvy bit of metal is, That is the door. This is the front of the door jamb, right? See, we made a piece out of metal and we punched holes in it so we can weld it, and this piece goes right here. See? That piece goes right there. That is what we're making. See? That's the front of the rocker. And see how the rocker is an L shape. It moves over, so it goes up and over. Right? What I have to do is if you look, see the bottom here? I have to do that all the way to the back of the car. And I've cut out certain pieces, or I will cut out certain pieces, you'll see now, to fit this all together and basically replace all these parts. Now, once again, two things. Why didn't I just replace the entire rocker? Because then you'd have to take the L piece out. You'd have to take the top of this out, which means you'd have to take the door jamb off because that's how it was made from the factory. The factory would put the rockers in first and then set the door jamb on to the rocker. See? The door jamb is a shape like this, and it sits onto the rocker, and then they weld to it. I don't want to do that. I'm not doing that. I don't want to take that all apart. This is already strong. I got it down to strong metal this afternoon. There's no rust here. There's just some surface stuff, right? And a pinhole right there. But, see, this, I don't want to take apart this part of the rocker because it's already good. The outer rocker is easier because, yeah, it's right here, and you don't need to mess with the doors too much to get at it. So that is going to go, that's going to end up going right there. And what I got to do is cut out the rest of the pieces to do the rest of this. It's the same reasons why birds will never get the size of the largest pterodactyls. Birds jump with one set of muscles and flap with the other. Pterodactyls did double duty with their front limbs, half the mass to do both jobs. Right. It's a pterodactyl car. Does that help, Michael? Or Michault 92, Michaud 92. Yep, I got to rebuild that whole underside piece, right? I got to rebuild the whole underside piece because I have the outer rocker in one piece. And the outer rocker's in one piece, and that's great. And once the whole inner rocker is good, then we could do the outer rocker. And then, see, this is the Matryoshka doll that is working on old cars or just cars in general. Once I got the rockers good, inner and outer, then I can work on fixing this right here. There's nothing left there. I have to rebuild the rear door jamb. Once that's good, and we figure out where that lives, then I can figure out where the wheel well lives. This is not welded in, it's just bolted. I just have it bolted in with nuts and bolts, right? Then we figure out where that goes. When we figure out where that goes, then we figure out where this piece goes. It looks right, it's pretty close, I've tested it, but point is, you gotta kind of go from the ground up. When I started building this car, or when I started this project, I was like, oh, I'll go front to back, or back to front. That'll make way more sense. Start at the back and work your way forward. No. The car wasn't built that way on the assembly line. That was my mistake. I should have started with the rockers. That's what we should have started with, and we should have worked our way up from there. But that's a lesson to know for next time. You start with the parts that are going to be laid down first on the assembly line. Now, the parts that are laid down first on the assembly line, technically in the 60s, would have been the front and rear frame rails. The front and rear, well, I patched the rear frame rails. Front frame rails are okay. They're not rusty. Thank God, because that would be 1,000 times harder to get right. So I should have started with the frame rails, and then the rockers, and then everything that hooks that all together, and then the pans, and then, you know, slowly work your way up. You should do it this way, not this way. But whatever, it's all right. That's why I seemingly have been skipping around, but it's okay. Tell me I'm wrong. No, you're not wrong. It's just, yeah. All right, anyway, let's go back over here to the cutting table. That paint should be more or less dry. I'm gonna hit this with a cutoff wheel. That's the next bit of piece that I need to patch. The metal part, the part that's not painted, is the part we need. So, actually, this is where a nibbler would really come in handy. But whatever, it's okay. I'm gonna get my cutoff wheel. and bring it back over. And I'm gonna get my hearing protection. Interesting, never thought of the assembly process. That's one thing I've watched a ton of YouTube videos about this dude, and that, once again, that doesn't make me any damn expert. That doesn't make me any expert, but is this car from the Blue Origin explosion?
Discovery, go at
No,
throttle
it's
up.
still intact. Hey, Lig. No, I'm not having a six-pack for dinner. No, of course. Who would do that? But yeah, that's how everybody says to do it. That, and I like learning about how these old cars were put together. Lego, how much do you think it'll cost to rebuild the New Glenn launch pad? A couple $1 billion. I don't think they're going to rebuild one launch pad. I think they're going to build the LC-36 into a twin pad launch complex. I think this is just an easy, like, I think Blue got a little bit of a reprieve. They need more than one New Glenn pad. The more that I'm thinking about this, I get a wedgie and I don't care who knows it. I think they're going to bulldoze, like, they're going to clear it, use what they can to figure out what's wrong, maybe what happened with New Glenn, right? And then they're going to bulldoze the whole damn thing. I guarantee you. They'll bulldoze it and they'll build a twin pad complex. Watch. I have no insider information. That's just what I would do. I would do that at this point, you know? Because what they originally were going to do is build one pad and then build another one, right? You kind of lost the first one. The whole pad's toast, guys. That whole pad needs to be bulldozed. I'm not even kidding. All that concrete around the pad was superheated. Junk. Get rid of it. It needs to be taken out. So if you're going to do all that, build two pads. Two pads at the same time. Screw it. They had already started clearing the ground on LC-36B. Yeah. So Oculus, what I think they're going to do is they're, you know, that would have been like a separate pad somewhere else, right? Like, I would just bulldoze the whole damn thing and use one HIF to service two pads. Like, just seriously, just clear it out and build two of them, like, right next to each other. So, like, your HIF is right here. This is where 36A is right now. Move that off to the side and put two of them kind of next to each other and make it so the HIF goes to either one. That's just what I'd do. I don't know. It's just my opinion. But then again, you don't necessarily need to do that because their transporter erectors moved on SPMTs. So as long as you have a right of way, it can take turns and stuff. But who knows? I don't know. All I know is that, I mean, what I would do is build out a twin pad complex. Twin pad for New Glenn. And launch a lot of 7x2. That's just me. I had a conversation with my buddies at NSF on the Flame Trench last Friday, and they disagreed with me. They were like, no, it's going to be for 9x4. I'm like, yes, let's just, you know, our heavy launch vehicle didn't work, so our super heavy launch vehicle is going to work. Car launch pad rebuild. Who's first? Well, whatever. If you guys keep talking, the launch pad will get done before I do, so I'm going to get to work. Yeah, the paint didn't really do what I wanted. But what I can do is give me one of my picks here, and I will scribe a line. Let me switch over to Vivitar. I will scribe a line in the paint to know where I need to cut. That paint, doing this way didn't work as well as I wanted. So I'm just scraping off some of the paint. where I think it needs to go. And yeah, because it's still a little wet. And I use just a pick, just a little pick. It's just a little pointy rod to do it. And yeah, there was clearly a lot of overlap there, but that's okay. Now we know what we need to do. Helmets down, headphone users. How are we going to do this? How do we want to do this? Let me think. Let's plan the cuts. Yeah, we'll start in the center, work our way out. Ready? Here we go. So like I did before, I'm just leaving a little bit of extra material around the edges. Got some nice straight edges here, pretty good. Just gotta get a little bit here on the edge. Nice. There we go. Cool. Yeah, you could see how badly the paint overlapped. That's really not great. But yeah, those edges are pretty damn straight. I got them pretty close. Now this, I don't think this piece is gonna fit. There's still a lot of chopping and sectioning to do, but we can check. So let's go here. You still think 9x4 is being sold as an upgrade to save face, but instead is a rebaseline of New Glenn with their assumptions corrected to compensate for mass bloat in service of actually hitting their goals. Yeah, you might be right, but there's this whole thing called reality. You know, reality's not going to be very nice to them if they think they can just text straight to like a super heavy launch vehicle, dude. Just like it wasn't nice to them when they thought they could text straight to a heavy launch vehicle instead of building, you know, a small one. Just saying. Just saying, dude. That's actually not bad. It's pretty good. Here, you know what? I'm gonna turn you guys down so you can see this a little bit better. Oh, okay. This one's not fitting as well. Yeah, that paint scribing method sucked. I'll just go back to using my marker next time. I might have to scrap this piece, which would really suck, but... Oh, hey. Hey, pneumatic hose. How are you?
I'm good, EJ. Thank you.
Could you, like, not do that?
No.
I didn't cut this right at all. Yeah, that scribing method sucked. The paint was not ideal. That's not really what I wanted. I thought it would work that time, but it didn't. Oh, man. Yeah, we got so much extra material on here. Woof. Yeah, not great, Bob. Not great. Wow. I really did not get that right at all. Yeah, that's not good. This piece was supposed to fit this way. I need to go at this with the die grinder anyway to get some of these edges. Some of these edges are a little screwed. Or the cutoff wheel. I'll just use the cutoff wheel. Yeah, that didn't, that piece, I left a little too much material on there. That's my fault, but it's okay. It's okay. We will fix. We will fix it. I mean, I left material on there because it's better to have more than not have enough, especially with the welder, you know. Let me get my face mask. Give me ideas for what I should have in my Lego rocket launch complex. Fuel farm, water tower, launch pad, integration facility. There's a bunch of stuff, dude. Go look at real launch pads. Not 36 though. You don't want to look at 36 right now. Man, I left way too much on that. Or my helmet could just fall off, you know. Whatever. Just get the frick out of here. Okay. How am I gonna do this? All right, let's get the weld through primer. So I'm going to do exactly what I did before. This part's going to be a little bit harder to hold in position, though. How are we going to do this? All right, let me fix some stuff here. Some of these edges are a little jagged. I'm just gonna get at them real quick and fancy like. The old floor pan is kind of interfering up here, but okay. I'm gonna see if I can clamp to the seatbelt mount right here. Freaking gravity, man. What a pain. That's more or less holding it in position. I need a level. Yeah, see, I left too much up on the end there. Where's my level? Where is my level? I just had it, just like every other tool. It's getting there, guys. It's close. It's close to being right. I just want to make sure that it's nice and level to the ground, or well, I want to make sure it's not like tilted front to back, like from left to right on your screen. So I'm just going to get a little bubble level. Just going to use a magnet here, see if we can hold this in place. How did I screw this up so bad? Chalk that one up to doing the paint thing, because we don't have nearly enough material in the back. That's no good. The gap up here, guys, where my finger is probably about 1/8 of an inch. That's no good. The rest of this doesn't look too bad. That's okay. Fudge. We have some nasty overlap. I might want to just cut these into individual pieces and just patch one, slice it, patch two. Now, I think we can get away with this. I think we can get away with it. Let's just... So the reason why I went in there and painted it is so I can see where there's overlap. And there is overlap. So now I know where to take parts off. Give me a sec. Okay. Nope. I don't like doing that. I don't like single wielding the freaking angle grinder. It's probably not a good idea. So, here's what I'll do. Are we fit left to right? Yeah. All right, let me just let me zip a little bit off this side. Getting there. How much do you say you were off by? How much would you say if you're off by a hair? I don't know. What? It just needs to fit together like a damn puzzle piece. Man, that's all. I've almost got it. I don't like the gap up there, but, you know, what are you gonna do? Make another piece, maybe. Just trimmed it a little bit. All right, a little bit more. Oh. Oh. Cool. I think this will get it. Almost. See, this one's harder to stencil out than the last one because the last one had a nice place to clip on so you could keep it in place. This thing really can't clamp it in any one particular spot, you know? I don't like this gap up here by my thumb, but other than that, not bad. We just have to go at this edge a little bit. See what that did. Alright, let's see if that fixed it. I'm just sectioning just little bits and pieces, dudes. A little bit at a time. Just try and get this damn thing to fit. I screwed up on the last piece, dudes, over here. This is all not looking too shabby. Like, it's looking pretty shabby, but the back piece I screwed up. I screwed up over here. Probably just make another one. Let me just check it again. I want to see it from a different angle. Probably better to do this one piece at a time. You know, like do one individual piece. Oh, you know, I got another idea. No, just now. Just now, I just had it. Yeah, that's actually pretty cool. So, all right, I gotta talk to you guys. I gotta talk to you. All right. All right. What if, instead of button these plates up, all right, we could, I mean, Bree talked about this a little bit earlier, and that's what kind of gave me the idea. We could flange the plates instead. Yeah, we could, so, you know what? I don't want to use this piece again, and I'm going to stop trying to make it work, so I'm just going to test to see if the flanging device works on 16 gauge steel before I try to make this piece work anymore. So, what I'm thinking, right? I have this bad boy, the Chief. And this thing has a flanging piece on one side. So, here, let me grab a scrap. I'll show you what I'm talking about. This is 16 gauge, right? Okay, cool. So, watch. Watch. If I take this thing, we put it in here, and right? It can put a flange in the plate. I just have to hold this and make sure I do it right. I'll show you when I'm done. Makes a cool noise. So, look. So provided I don't screw it up, you can put a flange in the plate. See? See how it kind of snakes to one side? Instead of trying to line these edges up, I could just get them straight, right? And then we take the back side of this, right? Take the back side of the flange, and now, watch this, see? I put holes in it. We can lap them up to each other. You can get an overlap going. And if you get the overlap going, then you just need a plug weld. And for the most part, that flange is almost enough. It's not exactly, but we're probably off by maybe like a 32nd of an inch. Yeah, exactly, Rig. And then we just bzz, bzz, bzz. Right? So instead of sitting here trying to dick around with this piece, we could butt this up. And dude, if I put a plug weld every inch, yeah, that should be strong enough. That should be as strong as the original rocker. That's one piece. Actually, that really does push it pretty much exact. And I'll bet you if I did a couple of passes here, you could probably make it thicker. So probably make the flange greater. So let me just. Yeah, look at that. Just go old school and use rivets. No. I actually like this way better. Yeah, this is the only reason why that didn't flange exactly right is because I didn't do it right. But it was crooked when I did it. But dudes, that's pretty damn flush. Look at that. It's pretty flush. Cool. How did I help you come up with a better plan? Well, Bree, you know that thing that can punch holes in it, right? The other side is a step die. That's what it's called. It's called a step die. Here, let me. So whenever this thing goes down, and that's your punch, but see, the other side has a step in it. See the step piece? You said, oh, why don't you just put a whole plate over? And I was like, no, you can't overlap it because I don't have a thing that can overlap it. But look, see that? I can offset it. I can offset it so two plates can fit together. I can make them fit together like puzzle pieces. And it sucks because I'm going to have to probably remake what I've already made, but it's okay. Because look, with that flush piece, right? You can plate over it, right? And go. So all I need to do is my edges under there, just get them more or less straight. And then the pieces that I make to patch it, like say this is existing, right? And say this is a patch piece. And then we just, through the holes that we punched, we just zap them into position. Or we could flip it around, and if this is facing the outside, we could seam weld that. Actually, we could just that'll do it. Yeah. I like this way. This way is good. Why didn't we do this way before? Which weld would be stronger? Well, I was going to just seam them I was going to do what's called a butt weld, where you just butt them up against each other and then, you know, get them close, which will work with the first thing. It'll work with the first rocker piece that we did up at the front. But yeah, with the rest of this will definitely, it's definitely going to be easier. And what we can do, so check this out. This is actually stronger, if not a little bit more work. If we zap it here on like say this is the inside of the car, right? We put the piece up into position and I just do some plug welds, right, on the back here, and then it holds it in place and it gives me a nice seam. So we could just zap, we could seam it on both sides. If we're plug welding it on one side and seaming it on the other, I can't see that being any weaker than if it was just one piece like that. I am putting a rectangle over it, but I'm offsetting the very end of the rectangle so we can butt these up against each other and make them strong. I like that idea. That's a good idea. I mean, I'm going to have to redo my templates, but oh well. Like here, let me show you. I'll use our test piece. Look, say I wanted to fill it in. Ready? See our test piece? We just, see? Or we can do it this way and just zzz, 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 and be done. And then, actually, yeah, this is a great idea. And so guys, see this piece, this rusty, crappy piece behind here, that piece isn't gonna be there. When we do the floors, right, we can hit it from the back. Boom. We can hit it from the back and zip it and seam it on the back. Oh, I like that idea a lot. That's a good idea. Yeah, we're doing that from now on. Yeah. Now I just got to make sure we can put this in the brake and bend the damn thing. Actually, I could just use my vise for this piece for testing. Give me one sec. I got to check one more thing. I just put the piece into the vise for a second to get it, just give it a little bit of a bend. Yep. Yeah, that'll work. That'll absolutely work. See, I just put a bend in our test piece. I like this way better. It's easier than sitting there trying to get it to line up. Water intrusion on the inside between the seams still possible is the downside to that. Well, XJ, when we take the floor out, I just got my hand caught in the vise. That hurt. When we take the floor out, dude, get at the back, get at the seam, right? I got to do the floor. Got to take the floor out, right? Am I thinking about that correctly? Because I don't want to cut the floors out, dudes, unless the rocker panels are strong. Because the floor is what's holding the bottom of the car together right now, because there's no rockers, because I cut them out because they were rusty, right? So, like in the future, right, we do the seam, and then on the backside, you're right. I mean, I'll coat it all with weld-through primer, but then we can seam that backside, dude. And that, dude, there's no way that that will not be stronger than a one-piece rocker, right? Like, coat the inside, got it, good plan. Yeah, dude, why the hell didn't I think of this? That's a good idea. What time is it? It's 8 o'clock. We're doing this tomorrow. Yeah, we're gonna do it tomorrow. I've been working on this since noontime, and I started streaming it at 4. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's what seam sealer is for. Yeah, I mean, if we seam sealed on top of it, dude, yeah, I mean, we could. Now, this is our good piece, but we do the back side, send it, right, and then we could just seam seal that when the floor's out. When the floor's out, dude, yeah, we'll seam seal it. I mean, we got to seam seal the floor to put it back in anyway. So, right, that's not a bad idea. No issue with the floor out. So, yeah, we could make this really easy. Just plug weld one side. If I put these like within an inch of each other, 25 mil of each other, then we're good. Like, you don't even need to seam the back. I just forgot, I forgot that thing could flange. And it punches a hole through 16 gauge like no problem. This is super thick steel for a car. So what I'm gonna do is, instead of all these chutes and ladders, guys, here, what I'll do is I'll cut one piece. I'll just, from basically like right here, I'll just, I don't know, how tall, what's the tallest part up here? Oh, dude, if we, hold up, if we did that, right? How thick is this sheet in millimeters, 16 gauge? Oh, give me 1 second. Uh, 1.52 millimeter. It's 598 thou of an inch. Yeah, it's thick. It's thicker. This steel is thicker than what's on there. The rocker panels are 18 from the factory. So I want 16 in there because with the amount of, and this is a conscious decision. I want 16 gauge in there because I want thicker steel in there because I don't want this thing to bend. So I went with a slightly thicker steel than what you could get from the factory. I did that on purpose. Now, is the top part of the rocker still going to be 18 gauge? Yeah. Yeah, but this plug welded to the bottom,
Discovery,
it's going to make it way more rigid. 18 is 1 millimeter, yeah. Yeah, it's, this is thick steel, dudes. It's thicker than what I cut out. And I want that on purpose. These chassis are known for flexing, so I'm plating it on purpose. So what we could do is just, see the high point right here? You could just zip that in right there, like that, and then seam seal it on the back side. And if I cut this, we'd have to get at the spot welds for the seat belt, or for the seat mounts. That's what I was worried about. If I grind the spot welds out with the die grinder, right, and we do a bunch of plates, and we leave just enough for the flange up at the top there, oh man, this thing's gonna be strong as balls. Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's a good idea. I like it. I like it a lot. I'm just gonna have to cut that top edge straight. Yeah, sweet. And then we seam seal the back of it, dudes. Sorry, I had a breakthrough when I was fitting that part. I'm like, wait a minute. We flange this bitch, and then we go. And then, yeah, we make a 16 gauge rocker. Dude, I love this. I love you know, metal fab is fucking cool. Oh, excuse me. It's really cool. This is pretty awesome. The reason why it's cool, sorry, I got a wedgie again. The reason why it's cool is because there's 1,000 different ways to do things. That way is actually going to be easier. That's going to save us a ton of time. Yeah, instead of trying to butt weld it, butt welding, that would suck. It would take freaking forever, right? Like, the hell with that, dude. That way you could just plug weld. That makes it so much easier. It's so much easier to plug weld. He said butt. Yeah. Butt welding will, yeah, it'll warp. Actually, yeah, Rig, that's true. It'll warp, and putting that flange in there actually makes this way stronger too. You'd make a good shop teacher? Well, I do STEM outreach, Otis. I teach people rocket science when I'm not working on my car. So, yeah, no, this is good stuff, man. I'd like to, you know, I do a lot of the computer side of stuff with rockets, right? And teaching people about space and orbital mechanics and whatnot. But I have a shop, and I do believe in working with your hands. Should always be building something. But yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, I mean, hit that follow button or the subscribe button on YouTube if you like this stuff. I'm learning as I go. I don't know anything about car fabrication. I'm learning, though. I'm getting there. This is smart. This is a good way to do this. It's going to be way easier. Oh, Block, I'm going to sound deaden all the floor when I get the new floor in. Oh, we're hitting that with Dynamat all day. I want this car to be quiet. I tuned in too late. Well, we did get the front. We did get this piece made. Let me show you. Up by the front rocker. Sorry. I have the tripod lying on the ground. Now this piece would have been a little bit harder to flange. But there, look at that. I actually did really good. I'm pretty happy with myself for this piece. Screwing up my paint. See? And when we weld it in, I'll just zip it with the grinder to make that edge make that edge straight so the angle matches, so you'd never know. See, I'll butt weld that. I have no problem doing that. That's fine. Can't see me. I wish notifications actually worked. Oh, sorry. Wait until you need to make the most messed up curvatures without proper tools. Oh yeah, I know. So, Rig, I don't have an English wheel in here. Maybe we should go buy one. But there's a brake drum right there. I need to make stuff curve. That'll do it. Use the damn brake drum. Like, we could make anything a mandrel as long as it's hard enough. We could use my head as a mandrel. It's definitely hard enough. Oh yeah, I do have a wheel. That's right. I totally forgot about that. I absolutely have a wheel. Yeah, it's over there. Hell yeah. Dude, here's the thing. All right? I'm 37, okay? 37 years old. I didn't have a shop like this, and definitely not with this many tools until, well, shoot. When did we move in here? 2022, right? So that means, I mean, I started wrenching in high school. So that means from like 16 till, let's see, 2022, I was 34. From 16 to 34, that's 18 years. I just wrenched in my frigging driveway. Like, in a buddy's driveway, the driveway of my parents' house, my parents' garage, and we had basic tools. We didn't have anything crazy. Like, it's funny because that's how I learned. I didn't have a shop. I mean, we had a high school auto shop, but that's gone. They demolished that. And even then, it was just doing oil changes and stuff at that point, right? Like, if I'm doing like real hot rodding, it's been a driveway. I've just done it in the driveway. You know, like I still have to and I'm still in that mindset, like, oh, I can't do that. I don't have the right tools to do that here. No, I do. I actually do have the right tools to do this. We have the right tools to make this 1,000 times easier. You know? Oh, all the metal dots came out.
Discovery, go at
Come out
throttle
of
up.
that hole. But yeah, I just, even now, like I'm just like, oh, you know, like the other day I was like, oh man, I need to do a wideband. I should do a wideband 02 if we're going to drive this thing around with a carburetor. We should put a wideband sensor in it. I can't do that. I can't do that. I need you'd need to be able to weld a bung to the exhaust. There's a welder right over there. Like, dickhead, hello? Not even 6 years old in dog years. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah. All right, guys. So here's the thing. Let's do this tomorrow. Let's fix that edge up, and we'll do it tomorrow. But, guys, I have a doctor's appointment. I have a doctor's appointment in the morning. I got to drive up into the city, so that's going to be fun. Can't say when we're going to start. But, yeah, we'll start part 51 tomorrow. Yeah, we'll go from there. Perry, hey, thanks for the seven-month resub. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's what we'll do, man. Yeah. I wanted to get the rockers done this stream, but yeah, let's I'll get back to, you know, getting all that stuff out, and then if we can get that rocker panel finished tomorrow with this idea, finished up and welded, we're good to go. The other thing is that there's a puddle of transmission fluid underneath this car. I'm going to clean that out. I'm going to do it off stream though. That's going to get messy. I do not want to weld near that. Automatic transmission fluid is very flammable. The last thing I need is this project going up in flames. I mean, that'd be kind of funny, but be a great live stream fail, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to weld near that. That's why I have that box over there. Knicks or Spurs? I'm not a basketball fan, dude. Spurs. I played basketball back in the day. You know, but. So, all right, that's the plan. That's what we're going to do tomorrow. I have to go drive up into the city because I have a doctor's appointment. So I will, let's just say 2 p.m. for the start time. Might be a little bit later like today, but wrong answer. Bro, I'm from Boston. I don't like New York teams. Knicks? No, I don't do that. TD Garden, not Madison Square Garden, all right? Drew, what's up? Last week was going to use a 2x4 to clamp and pilot my hand drill to put a hole in a round bar. Dude, I work in a machine shop with many lathes. Yeah, dude, it's just, I don't know why that happens. Like, I'm just like, I forget that I have a, dude, basically I have a full shop here. What are we missing? A lathe? Missing a lathe? That's about it? Like, a lathe in a paint booth? But yeah, this is the answer. CAD laser cutter, that would be nice. Boston has horrible traffic. Yeah. Don't tell chat what you're missing. The only thing we're missing is your company. Boom. All right. Anyway, dudes, yeah, we'll call it here and we'll work on that tomorrow. That's a good idea. I gotta buy those frame rail caps and then we'll go. You guys clearly told me you want car streams, so I'm gonna do car streams and space news, dudes. That's what we're doing. Car streams and space news. I'm using a lathe in a Bridgeport mill, yeah, right. Yeah, let's get that damn rocker done. Once the rocker is done, so just quick project recap. Once the rocker is done, the inner rocker is done, then we can start cutting and fitting the outer one. Once the outer one's done, we can start figuring out where the damn wheelhouse lives. Once we figure out exactly where the wheelhouse lives, then we could start getting into fabrication on that new door jamb. And once that dude, the quarter panel. Maybe we shouldn't do that with the quarter panel. Maybe we should just seam it. We could flange the back of the quarter panel to this. We'll think about it. We'll think about it. That would make that so much easier to fit. But it's okay. I just got a better idea. We could flange the damn thing, right? Self-tapper it in position and then seam it. Oh, I like that even better. That'll make that thing super strong. Oh, that's good. That's good. You have to be very patient to weld that rocker to prevent warping. Oh, yeah, the outer rocker, I'm putting ribbing in it, dude, because I don't like I did a lot of research, Rig. These cars, the rocker can do this. I don't want that. I'm gonna put reinforcement gussets in it too. I got to do that because it does move. This chassis is good, but yeah, the bean counters removed some spots. Like you can make torque boxes for this too, and then once we get the floors in, and this is really for when the lift comes, because Chad I got to get this out of here so I can put a lift in here. We'll put subframe connectors in, and we'll make this dude. This thing will be rock solid. Yeah. Cool. All right, dudes. That's going to do it for me. I hope you enjoyed part 50. We made some good progress today. Real good progress. I'm really happy with where this is going. Yeah, tomorrow we'll work on this, and then we'll maybe do some space news while we're there. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hey, Matt, what's good? You're catching me on the tail end. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Once again, might be a little bit on the later side. Got a doctor's appointment. So, I don't know, plan for like 2 p.m. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. All right, I'll talk to you guys all tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching. Stand by for loss of signal from the office as expected.